Hello, hello, everybody. The new follower thing is still there. Hello, hello, Ghoulish Misfit, Aerith Winterfell, Magistrate Ironlung, New Person, Mammon201, Deathshead 419, Mako Cam, and Mark. So welcome, everybody. I feel like, let's see, take that out. Feel like we should do the tree for our for this one. I do really like the moon one, but we are going back to Christmas today, so but yes, welcome. So this is a bit of a special stream. Usually I don't know if I need to go into a whole spiel of what I usually do. But today, what we're going to do is read Christmas stories from the community. So, usually people write 250 to 350 word microfiction for the group. But for Halloween and then now for Christmas, I have done some special events where we have done a limit of, I think it was 1,000 to 3,500 this time. So yeah, longer stories today, and because these are longer stories, we're only going to be doing 3 of them. That's what we did for the Halloween contest, and that seemed to work. So yeah. I'm sorry if I am a bit frazzled or out of sorts today. I'm still getting over my sickness, and if you hear, I don't know, if you hear weirdness, it's all due to the sickness. But I did not want to go another week without streaming. I do feel good enough to stream and read the stories, but if there is some jankiness, the jankiness is sickness. But yes, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I should introduce because my usual spiel is meaningless today. I guess we do have a new person in the chat. If you want to hear the usual spiel, if you want to hear what we usually do, I can tell you. But yes, thank you, Deathshead, for submitting the link to the Discord. Yes. So I'm not sure what to do about cheering and encore stuff today because I do not have a 4th prepped. I only prepped 3. And so I can't, and last time I was too tired to do a 4th anyways, and so I can't promise, oh yeah, if you do, if you unlock it, I'll get a 4th. All I could think is maybe, I do have my little, well now it wants to be tangled. I do have my Christmas lights and my jingle jangle bracelets here. And so I was thinking it could be like if you get an encore unlocked, then I put another article of clothing on. Don't have my Santa hat. It got put away with the Christmas stuff. So maybe you can unlock fun Christmas stuff. If you think of something else, like if you have any ideas for what we could unlock, then I'm open to hear it. Ghoulish says, what about if we unlock yours? That is about the one that I could read. I haven't practiced the others, but I did write that one, so I know I would be able to read that one if you want me to. But I would only agree to that if that's something that you guys are okay with, because of a lot of stuff. Aw, Mark says, I was thinking of unlocking yours as well. Aw, you guys are sweet. But yeah, it is a poem, and I can promise that I will go and do 2 reviews, after. I don't know that I'll have the energy today, but I can promise I'll go and do some reviews if you guys do want that and you do want to unlock mine. Because yeah, I've been sick and I didn't think it would even be eligible because it's poetry, so I didn't do that on time. Ghoulish says I may or may not have a lot of bits. Aww. We have Aerith saying, let's do that. Okay, we have three votes for unlocking mine. What would we say it cost? Would we say that it is like the cost of 2 encores to unlock mine? Maybe. Yeah, it could be kind of like I did with Norman's letter. It could just be like silly bonus stuff. Ah, thank you for the nice big cheer, Ghoulish. Really, really appreciate that. Spoiler alert, I have a lot of bits. I really appreciate you spending them on me. We can do that. I assume you mean on the do 2 encores is mine. If there are any objections, speak now, or forever hold your peace. But it is sweet of you that you guys would be interested in that. Well, if we're doing something else, I guess I could just put on my cute Christmas gear now. Thank you for the cheer, Marks. I think some of the bulbs went out, but I'll try and turn it on. Yeah, half of it's off. I don't know if you can even see it that well. But right down the middle, right there, is the switch. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. Really appreciate that. Alright. We got our festive gear on. Okay, so our stories for this week. I didn't write them down on the list because there's only 3 of them, but here's the lineup. The lineup is Azo and Nightwolf. Your partner story is up first. And then Stardustfaire / Katie Star. You are second. And then our last one, unless you unlock my own, is Deathshead and Reinkarnitor's story. So, 2 partner stories and a universe story. That is fair, Magistrate Iron Lung. Very fair. Jingle, jingle, jangle! That's right. That is right. That's 1. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Okie dokie. Yeah, somebody tag Azo and Nightwolf. Let them know their story is being read today. Also, as long as I remember, and don't forget, this will be the last day of this, well, the last day for a while of the Christmas overlay, because I said I would be doing it until the end of January, and I was like, oh, perfect, it'll be the Christmas stories will be the last one that we have the overlay on. I know it's the 1st of February, this was going to be still in January. But, yes. You might hear that. You might hear that happen. That was mild, but you might hear some bigger coughs. Okie dokie. Let us begin. The Real Cost of a Merry Christmas by Azo and Nightwolf. 3,496 words. Content warning. Some gore. The night sky is clear, and the streets are silent. Everyone tucked away so late on Christmas Eve. There's not even a moon to light the way for Jacob. Just a bone-deep chill weighing him down, soaking his fraying hoodie and seeping deep into his skin. He's not shivering. Not yet, at least. He's quite fond of this ravenous cold, the type that swallows him whole until he can feel nothing else. Jacob's bloodied knuckles barely sting where he's shoved them hard into his large front pocket to keep warm. It's all numb, including his heavily bruised jaw and the gnawing hunger. There's a $50 note clutched in his fist, the payment for tonight's job, smashing a parked car's window as a threat to a new gang. The adrenaline had kept him warm then. while the shared grins and bright eyes on his friends' faces had kept him content. Jacob offered to swipe a six-pack after. He had actually been happy enough to pay with his 50 fake ID, even if it meant he skipped eating tomorrow. But they left to go home, because the holidays are for family, no matter how ruined. And now Jacob walks to nowhere. The street is too pretty to have bars on its windows. He passes dim shop fronts strung with dazzlingly bright baubles that he can see his reflection in, and lush garlands that might even be real plants. The next door has a mannequin with a thick red leather jacket advertised as made from real reindeer. They dress their dolls better than Jacob can dress himself. He rolls his eyes at the morose thoughts. Sure, his jeans are worn almost completely through at the knees, and he's bringing in yet another Christmas alone, hungry and homeless. The very least he can do is not be pathetic about it. The glamorous storefronts end abruptly where glamorous homes start. Surely at least one family is off on a holiday, and Jacob can couch surf in an empty house, bathing in luxury and warmth until he needs to skitter away like a rat at the first hint of a car pulling into the driveway. He canvasses one block, then another, and plans to circle the whole neighborhood until he finds something dark and tucked away. He can see into windows, TVs bigger than doors playing carols, late-night hot chocolate while cuddled up on a couch that isn't even sagging in the middle, or parents sneaking presents under the trees. Jacob stares, for too long sometimes, and gorges himself until he just feels sick. He hooks left at the next turn and comes upon high wooden walls with a letterbox overflowing. There are no sharp points or barbed wire at the top, so Jacob leaps for it with confidence and catches his fingers over the fence, vaulting it easily. He lands on the plush grass of the backyard, and it absorbs his impact better than any mattress he's had. Jacob feels good. He feels strong in a place like this. No wonder rich people walk around with a swagger. If they only know a world that's built for the soft and weak like them. His knuckles have started bleeding again, but he's too numb from the cold to feel the pain. The backyard is wide and trimmed, with little Christmas elves in their curled shoes dotted around the mulched flower beds. They have a life-size sleigh sitting right in the middle of the grass, with a giant sack on the back, and a burst of anger chases the cold out of his chest for a brief moment. How much did a thing like that cost? Jacob could have eaten like a king. He could be wearing a jacket made of reindeer leather, instead of feeling frost creep over his shoulders like the grip of death itself. Jacob darts a glance past the sleigh to the back of the house and its massive windows. It's dark, with only the breathing pulse of Christmas tree lights. There are no presents under the tree, and everything is packed away in a I get a cleaner 3 times a week tidy, so that's another check mark for a possible vacation. Jacob should case the house properly, get somewhere warm, and finally sleep. But the more he looks at the sleigh, the more pissed off he gets. He strides across the grass towards it, jaw clenched, ready to do something. Kick the cheap plastic over like a child, throw the hollow presents around. He only snaps out of it when something moves at the edge of his vision, too close. Jacob whips around and goes low, eyes scanning the house windows again, and checks above the fence line, then darts to every dark corner in case of cameras. Nothing. His gaze trails down and lands on imprints in the grass in front of the sleigh, like it's being crushed by dozens of footprints trailing across the backyard. Some people get a bit too into decorating. Get a hobby, Jacob mutters in annoyance as he turns away. He reaches for the swooping sleigh edge and grabs hold, lifting a knee high to step into it. It feels solid under his grip, like real wood, the dense stuff that reminds him of a good cricket bat when he's got a collateral damage kind of job. The thick velvet Zach looks real too, with all the right kinds of stiffness and the way it shines under the dim streetlight passes over the fence. The presents spilling out of the top don't have the same fake, stiff gleam that mall Santas do, with so much detail and care in the wrapping. Jacob grabs the full sack's edge, and the first present he pulls out is fist-sized, but dense. He doesn't rattle when shaken. It's not just a rock to weigh it down. Are they real? Jacob swallows thickly. He shoves that small one into his pocket and goes back for more, clumsy in his rush, and presents spill out at his feet. He goes for small but heavy. Those are usually expensive, and he can fit more in his pockets. If he's lucky, it'll be watches, maybe, or jewelry. He stuffs them into his large hoodie pocket, into the front and back pockets on his jeans, one into his waistband, more under his shirt, and he tucks the hem into his pants to keep everything in, so he starts looking like Santa after a hefty meal. It doesn't matter how many he pulls out. The sack seems endless. This neighborhood is good, but not millionaire good. What kind of idiot puts out their presents like this? There's a flicker, and Jacob startles hard, crouching low in the high edges of the sleigh and squinting across the backyard's darkness to the building. There's nothing, so it must be the decorations again. Jacob peers over the front of the sleigh and sees the hoof imprints moving, like the deer impatient. Reindeer, that is, if this is Santa's sleigh. Jacob grabs one last big present with his arms barely fitting around the sides and steps down into the grass, slowly moving towards the invisible steps. He'll admit, it's some pretty fancy tech, but it's nothing new. Jacob has seen cheery plastic Santas going down chimneys, up windows, or flying over roofs in various cartoonish vehicles. 'Tis the season for spending. As Jacob steps closer, the imprints almost shy away. He swipes a foot towards one, guessing it may be clear plastic that he just can't see in this dark... He kicks something solid. An invisible leg. What? A blow strikes the large present, tearing wrapping paper and cratering the cardboard, ramming straight through and into Jacob's chest with all the force of a baseball bat. He's thrown back, feet ripped off the ground, and lands, already winded, head slamming down onto hard ground. Jacob gasps and forces himself to roll over slippery ice, expecting another hit. He ditches the large present, several more falling out from under his shirt, scrambling on hands and knees to where? The cavernous room is bigger than any run-down high school he's ever attended, lit with hundreds of flickering wall-mounted torches that make the hazy ice glitter and bleed water that refreezes as mounds below. Yeah, it all looks hazy to Jacob. He winces as vertigo threatens to send him toppling, despite being so grounded that the ice under him burns. It's the very air that's tricking his eyes, cracked like a window, fractured into thousands of pieces, warping the entire room through ever more distorted lenses. When his eyes finally focus, he realizes it's not the torches flickering. Each fracture stutters between the cavern and somewhere else. They show city streets, a beach somewhere raining hard enough it can't be seen, like thumbing so fast through a picture book that it's all just color. When Jacob has hesitated, almost belly flat on the ground, is just low enough that he can peer through the bottom lip of one shattered piece of air right in front of him. Through this fractures of forest, dark and dense, with trees thicker and taller than he's ever seen in real life. His eyes hurt when he tries to focus through the warp and the flickering, but he thinks he can make out a Santa plushie and his sleigh half buried in the shrubbery. He slowly reaches up towards the fracture and can almost feel the humid air of a rainforest against his hand like quiet huffs of breath. It's so warm. A sharp pain lances through Jacob's hand and he rips it back with a strangled cry. His last 3 fingers are bleeding, missing the very tips in a perfect line where they had passed through before the image snapped away. Jacob stares in horror as the blood trails down his fingers and drips onto the ground. "Wake up," Jacob gasps. "Wake up, man. You're probably freezing to death somewhere." His hand is shaking now from the fear. He stays low and pulls his limbs in, eyes straining to see around him without moving too far and getting cut to ribbons. Jacob scrambles in a pocket and yanks out his balaclava to wrap his bleeding fingers, biting back a scream as it presses deep. Can hallucinations hurt this much? Jacob keeps as flat as he can, pulling and shoving at presents in his shirt and hoodie pocket to get lower under the fractures as he armory crawls to the nearest wall. Some fall out, leaving a trail like a bleeding deer being run down. It hurts just as much. Was that one expensive? Could this one make next Christmas be hot chocolate on the couch, listening to shitty carols and ripping into expensive wrapping paper? The panic starts feeling a lot like anger. Jacob adapts. He always does. The bottom edge of the fractures becomes clearer, even if they remain just as headache-inducing. He moves faster and grabs presents when they fall out to tuck them back in. When he hears slow, lumbering footsteps, he goes immediately still, but it's with his good hand tucked into the pocket with his knife. The air is too thick with fractures to see more than a faint shadow. Jacob has to press his cheek right to the hard scrapes in the ice to see underneath it all. Feet, frostbite blue and black, with toes crushed together and broken, wrenched upwards and back again in a sickening curl. It toes along a red velvet sack heavy enough to dig furrows into the ice, and peeking out is the glitter of wrapping paper with perfect curly bows. The sack is hauled to the edge and left to slump there. The feet leave with a stumbling, dragging gait. Jacob darts a glance to the wall he is heading towards. It's close, since he appeared towards the edge of the room. He turns and starts crawling towards the velvet sack. This is payment. This is what he's owed for putting up with this insanity. The room blazes red like the spark of a meteor hitting atmosphere, and Jacob snaps his eyes shut. He sees it behind his eyelids long after the dim torchlight returns almost instantly. He's left blinking, dazed. The sack is gone. Maybe it's the starburst in his vision, but the cavern is also less hazy, with fewer flickering places, and he can see the outline of the tunnel the feet came from. He thinks some fractures have disappeared. Closed? What now? Jacob hisses in annoyance. He presses the knuckles of his balaclava-wrapped fingers to his forehead and tries to rub out the headache. Jacob crawls the rest of the way to the wall, back against it as he slides up, then shuffles sideways towards the tunnel. He stumbles over stalagmites of ice, wincing under every fire as he feels painfully cold water drip down and soak his clothes. He loses more presence in the narrow sections, but grabs a torch and holds it too close, fire licking at his hair, heat on his shivering skin. When Jacob reaches the hallway, he double-checks that fractures don't extend beyond the cavern, and cautiously slinks out into open space. He stares down at where the velvet sack used to be, then pulls out a thin present from his hoodie pocket. This place is dangerous, but is it worth the risk? Jacob turns and frisbees it through into the cavern, where it flops to the ground, split in a perfect half. The other side sits pretty on the bright cobblestone road near a lush farm. The present was a wallet of dark leather and a shiny metal embossed logo, the kind people would pay good money for, even if it was a fake. He repacks his remaining presents better now that he has the space to move, feeling it weigh him down and bulk out his pockets, but it's worth it. It'll all be worth it. Jacob walks carefully through the wide tunnel. Not far in, the ground rises in a steep slope with steps worn into it along one side. Does the sleigh launch from here? Or is he just going crazy? He keeps low as he reaches the plateau and gets back on his stomach to peer over the edge into another cavern. It's far taller, with many thick pillars holding up a jagged ceiling and dozens of tunnels branching off every side. In the dead center, under the lowest stalactite of ice, is the blaze of a bonfire 2 stories tall, and wrapping around the edge is a river of water running in circles despite the perfectly flat ground. More of the creatures, 20, 30, stagger around the fire or cluster around the tunnel entrances. One shovels in crumpled paper, colorful, wobbly crayon letters to Santa, into the fire, and it roars with a cacophony of voices, all wishing, all hoping, all greedy. It layers like a chant and warbles like they're drowning deep below the surface. Another creature in a long line of them plunges its hands into fire up to the shoulders, almost fully consumed. The flames burn it, flesh melting like the ice walls, and it reemerges, holding a perfectly pristine present, like the bonfire itself wrapped the thing. The creature walks towards a tunnel, and its limbs reform, even more mutilated, the drips landing on the feet and solidifying curled. It tucks the present into a red velvet sack and returns to wait in line. Jacob crawls up the plateau and keeps to the shadows as he slides behind a wide pillar to get closer. He can't take his eyes off it. Small presents come out, or larger ones, some oddly shaped. Jacob scrambles under his shirts to pull out the first present he touches and digs nails into the thick wrapping paper. He fumbles it one-handed and drops the balaclava to tear in with both hands until he hits the plush silk of a box. Jacob wrenches it open and bleeds over a necklace with glittering pearls. the sign of a pending miracle, or an omen of death. It's worth it. He swallows thickly and looks back at the flames. The creatures are looking back, searching blindly with melt-scarred faces. Jacob lurches further behind the pillar to hide, pearls rattling in his shaking hand. The elves start to move around, sniffing deeply with gurgling grunts. They haven't pinpointed him yet, but they're slowly moving closer. Jacob clenches his jaw so hard it aches. He snatches up the wrapping paper and pins it to his thigh, swapping between his bloody fingers to scribble out his wish for $1 million. A pair of lumbering footsteps begin to circle the pillar, and Jacob hurls the necklace in the opposite direction, where it clatters and skitters across the ice. The creatures dive for it, hitting the ground with heavy thumps or slamming shoulders and tearing into each other to get closer. One drops and sinks a mouthful of fangs into the ice, swallowing the smear of blood left behind. Jacob lunges out from behind the pillar, only to skid to a halt when 3 more block his path, their nostrils flared. He ducks a wild swipe for his head and tries to dodge around, but his feet go out from under him and he slams his knees hard enough that pain rattles up his bones, watching his path to the bonfire close as more creatures stampede towards him. Fuck! Jacob screams in rage. He hurls himself back with another swipe, sliding across the ground until he can scramble back up and sprint for his tunnel. He throws aside the crumpled bloody letter to Santa, and they lunge for it. He kicks the soaked balaclava, and more of them give chase. Jacob hits the top of the slope, running and leaps, feeling a spike of fear as fingers scrape against the back of his hoodie, feeling a familiar, wretched despair as more presents fall. He sails through the air over the steep slope, arms tucking in, legs extending, and lands with a quick roll before launching himself down the tunnel from a sprinter's start. Heavy bodies throw themselves down the slope, and thundering steps follow behind. Jacob bursts into his cavern, and there are far fewer fractures, but they blur and flicker, and he doesn't trust his eyes. Jacob drops, sliding wildly, feet first, under all the fractures. He sheds more presents, but he can see the pile he left when he entered still waiting for him. It's okay. It's okay. The first creature hurtles into the cavern and splits cleanly down the middle, and the remaining side splattering over the ground. Jacob rolls as soon as his momentum slows, and frantically army crawls the rest of the way, as fast as the nauseous drumbeat of his heart allows. The room flares red, and with his eyes squeezed shut, he only knows he's reached his fracture when his hand knocks a present across the ice. He fumbles for it, blinking rapidly, and looks backwards. A dozen creatures have made it into the cavern, and with another set of fractures closed, 4 remain charging towards him, only seconds away. And Jacob's head snaps around, and he can't see the same fracture. No big backyard, no dim living room with a Christmas tree. But to his left is a clear night and the familiar graffiti of his gang that should have been 2 hours away. Broken pavement, bars decorating shop fronts, and a cracked plastic sleigh crammed into an overflowing bin with the shadow of hooves down an alleyway. Jacob's bloody fingers brush the corner of soft, silky wrapping paper, but a shadow falls over him, the ground shaking with the stomping footfalls, and he panics, hurling himself to the side and into the fracture. He lands with a dizzy tumble over cigarette butts and a shattered beer bottle before he lurches back up, only to flinch at the flare of a sadly strobing string of red Christmas lights dangling from a streetlight in the shape of a noose. Jacob stands on a familiar, quiet street, shivering. There's nothing under his shirt. There's nothing but a 50 and a knife in his pocket. His fingers are bleeding, his knees hurt, and he might have wrenched his shoulder at some point. Shadow foods are gone. Jacob takes a few staggering steps down the road and thinks he might be in shock. His breath puffs out fog since it's gotten colder. The next exhale is heavier, and his third is a desperate scream as he turns and dives back into the fracture. But he lands on his hands and knees on the same cracked pavement, finally ripping open the knee of his threadbare jeans. It closed. He lost his chance. Jacob slams his forehead down onto the sidewalk and sobs with great heaving gasps, clawing up dirt and dust. He's just so cold. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. That's a longer story. I feel like we need longer claps than that. Alrighty, Roo. you guys feel free to share your thoughts, praise, and critique of the story. I do have some comments. I don't know if I'll go over all of them, but I'll try and at least talk about like general impressions of the story and stuff like that. Alrighty. Oh yeah, Reinka's in the back again. I didn't even realize that poor Rienk might not be awake for his story. Alrighty. Well, let's just get into it. Very spooky little horror Christmas story. Very interesting. So my biggest praise for this story is the beginning. I think the way that you guys, I don't know which of you wrote what, so I'm just probably gonna just say you guys for the whole thing. But if you want to share more about, if you're here, I don't know if they are, but if you want to share more about who wrote what and why, feel free to. Because you're across the pond, right? And so it's Azo and Nightwolf, and then Stardustfaire, and then you and Deathshead. So your story is in the general time again, and you've mentioned before, I thought, that you weren't able to stay awake during that time slot sometimes. But anyway, so yeah, my biggest praise for the story is this opener. I think you do an awesome job setting up the story, and I was so into it. And I think it's cool because like we talk about in the short stories that you can only have like 3 characters, right? If you go more than that, you run the risk of being confusing. And I do think we see quite a few with like a single character. But with something like this, generally you're probably going to have more. And you can have like 5 or 6 or whatever and introduce them all and have it all make sense. And I don't know that if you even like set out to be like, we are going to write a story about a single character. But I think it worked really well. It felt like I really got to know this character and get really interested in him and his journey and his personality. And so I think that was a cool move. The beginning was both of us. Gotcha. No problem, I can stay awake. What was I going to say? Oh, so something I do want to ask you guys is that folks were talking about Jacob's character, and that like one of the comments was saying, hey, like once I'm in a horror dimension, I'm worried about the horror dimension. I'm worried about survival. I'm not going to care about the presence at that point. Honestly, for me, like I can totally get that critique, but at the same time, it kind of worked for me because the presence are survival to somebody who's homeless. That, as I was understanding it as like that, there's like a line in there of, would this present be the difference between like having a nice Christmas with like expensive wrapping paper on the couch and stuff like that. And so I was kind of understanding it as like, yes, he wants to survive, but even if he just gets like one of these presents, he just gets like the pearl necklace, that might set him up, you know, for the future and have him not be on the streets in the future. And so I kind of understood why he was so focused on the presents, but I can also understand the critique of like, it seems a little weird that he's so focused on the presents rather than forget about the presents, I need to get out of here. So I'm really curious what you guys on the chat, in the chat, thought of that part. Were you with me? Were you with the commenter? What'd you think? Also, Nightwolf, since you're here, if you have any questions about your story, anything you want me or the chat to answer, feel free to put them in the chat. So yeah, but going back to the beginning. So I really love how you set everything up. I'm curious why he likes this kind of cold. I feel like it would really suck if you don't have a nice warm house to live in. But nonetheless, I do really like the way you describe the ravenous cold. I think that's great. I guess maybe the point is like, it's so cold I can't feel anything, and maybe that's why he likes it. It's sad though. I like, the adrenaline kept him warm. That's a neat little setup for what's going on. I'm a little torn on if the friends need to be mentioned because, like, they don't show up at all in the story, and so it does feel a little weird to introduce the friends only for them not really to have any importance. But then again, at the end, when he does see through the fracture, oh hey, I noticed my friend's graffiti. It does kind of tie together, so a little torn on that one. I do like the holidays are for family no matter how ruined. It's neat. And this is neat as well. I'm not sure. There was like... It might be later. Oh yeah, I do think it's interesting the phrasing of like him gorging himself on like jealousy on the beautiful sights. That's really interesting. There's like a line about like they dress their dolls better than he can dress himself. I really like that line as well. And this is neat too. I do wonder why he like does the trespassing and then looks for the cameras after that. That felt a little bit odd, but forgivable. I really like, I get a cleaner 3 times a week tidy. That's great. And then I love how you set up the sleigh and how it's like, oh yeah, like that would make sense for rich people or even not super rich people to just have like a sleigh decoration. And I think it's so cool how he goes up to it and is like, yeah, here's some fake presents. And then he's like, that doesn't feel fake. And then he gets in the sleigh, it feels like actual wood. There's invisible reindeer, like, leaving hoof prints. Like, I've seen this tech before. Like, I love all the little clues that you're bringing us along. Like, wait, no, there are a lot of reasons why this could be fake, but here's your evidence that actually it's real this time. I think that's great. And then it totally makes sense, especially at the beginning of him taking the presents. It's like, these feel real. Let's take them. I do feel like it would make a little more sense if he opened one because, like, they could be fake but heavy. And so I do feel like him opening one and being like, whoa, actually, yes. Actually, this is real. Rather than just going by feel. But nonetheless, I do still really like that. It is the season for spending, it's true. And then I do like that he's, I did feel like this kind of reads like he's realizing this is Santa's sleigh for real. And so it doesn't, but as the story continues, it doesn't seem like he's connected that. And so I do feel like taking this line out might have been better. I do like, him going around and he ends up kicking the reindeer. That was neat. And the reindeer kicking him back. That works quite well. So my first and one of my biggest critiques for the story is simply how the horror world is introduced. The first time I read it, I was very confused because there's not much of a transition. I understood the second time, it's like, oh, okay, so the reindeer kicked him into the cavernous room, and he's just like, well, I'm here now, But especially saying The word "the" is adds to the issue because "the" refers back to something we've already established, but this hasn't been established, and so I'm left going, the cavernous room. Wait, you didn't tell me about a cavernous room, and so even just changing that to a cavernous room actually would help. I'm not sure it would be enough to fix the confusion with that part. I do feel like we need kind of a, like he feels ice underneath him and he's like, wow, why do I feel ice? I was in a snowy backyard or a grassy backyard. Oh yeah, he could have seen like, he could have seen a fracture in the yard and been like, huh, like, are my eyes playing tricks on me? That looks weird. And maybe he could even see the cavernous room through the fracture or something. But even something as simple as like, suddenly he's in a cavernous room. Like, usually I say to take out like the word suddenly, but I think in this case, even just saying suddenly he's in a cavernous room, we're like, ah, yes, this is sudden. that would work perfectly fine, rather than it kind of reading like you've established the room when you haven't. I am wondering why the reindeer are invisible and nothing else is. It feels odd to have a sleigh and presents that are perfectly visible and reindeer that are invisible. It feels like if that's the defense you're going for, you make everything invisible. And then I think the fractures are introduced a bit better than the room itself is, but I also feel like they could have a little bit more of an introduction, a bit more of a transition as well. Because how it's just introduced that the air is tricking his eyes. So it's like cracked like a window, fractured into 1,000 pieces. And so it seems like a quality to the air, not noun fracture. Like, noun, there are a bunch of fractures. Rather, it seems like, oh, it just looks kind of fractured. Like, it's just a look to the air, if that makes sense. And so then when we go down to each fracture, it's kind of like, wait, what do you mean each fracture? The fractures weren't really established. It was just established that the air looks kind of funky. And so I do think going more into that and going, the air, at the very least, like, the air is full of fractures. They look like, and then what they look like, they look like a diamond hole in the air, or they look like a crack, like a, I'm just thinking of Doctor Who now. They look like a crack in a window or something like that. Though I don't know how you could look through that if it looked like that. So establishing that a little bit more would have been good, but I do really like this idea of the fractures in general. I think that's a neat idea for how Santa gets around, that he has these spooky portals, spooky finger mutilating portals that fracture the air in his lair. I think that works quite well. I am wondering why Santa would be in a rainforest, and there are people who live in a rainforest, and so I presume that it's just somebody lives there and Santa went to give them a present. But this whole thing is just described as forest, dark and dense with trees, and Santa plushie and a sleigh half buried in the shrubbery. There's no house, there's no smoke coming out of a chimney, there's no hut on the river. Nothing like that. And so it just kind of seems like Santa is out delivering presents to the jaguars in the forest. And so it seems a little weird. So I do think that either just using a more urban area or saying that there's a house there would be good. Well, my necklace has decided to fully break now. I'm sorry, Christmas light necklace, you were a good one. So the finger thing is really interesting. On the one hand, I think it adds stakes and drama that we know oh, the fractures, like, they can really do some damage. And they actually do a good job of setting up, it's gonna get more horrific than this. And so it's like, hey, this ain't no happy, cute Christmas world. This is a scary, spooky horror Christmas world where your fingers can get chopped off. So I think it works well in that sense. But it does feel a little odd that, like, him bleeding out all over the ground is not mentioned, that he kind of just keeps going. And granted, like, it's one of those things where it's like, can't focus on this right now. I need to get out of here. But especially because he is focused so much on the presence and not just on, I need to get out of here, it does feel like we kind of move on from the fingers being chopped off a little bit fast. And the other thing about it is that he is able to go through the portal at the end no problem, and nothing gets cut off. And so it does feel a little odd to set up such stakes and then have them not really come back around, especially when the elf gets chopped in half, just like sliding through the cavern. And so I'm a little torn on the finger thing. I think it kind of works, but kind of doesn't. I really like this line. This works very well. This very much feels like how somebody would be thinking at that point of, like, you're not in this weird, horrifying Santa dimension. You're probably just freezing to death and hallucinating, man. Works very well. I do like the can hallucinations hurt this much. I do like the drama of him army crawling everywhere, trying to get underneath the fractures. I think that works well. Oh yeah, I think, yeah, this is the line I was talking about before of why I was kind of understanding why he was focused on the presence. I do like the panic starts feeling a lot like anger. That's neat. He adapts, he always does. That's great too. I do feel like introducing, unless I missed it, I feel like introducing the headache-inducing quality earlier would be good. Because as is, I think this is the first time you mention that they're headache-inducing, and so saying just as headache-inducing, I'm like, wait, just as. But nothing was headache-inducing before. So I think saying, like, it hurts his head to look at the fractures earlier, again, unless you already did and I missed it, would be good. I assume this is Santa. Nice and terrifying and horror-y image for his feet. I'm wondering why there are basically 3 sacks. There's a sack in the yard. There's this one, and then at the end, when they come out of the fire, he puts it in a red velvet sack. So I don't know if it's just that Santa has a bunch of sacks. Could make sense if so. But especially because usually Santa's portrayed as just having one giant one. It did throw me a little bit that there are 3. I do wish he'd got to meet Santa, if that is Santa. Trying to figure out if I want to talk more about that now or later. But yeah, I guess just first blush, I wish he'd gotten to meet him. Even if he was horrifying. I do like that this establishment of they'd pay good money for it even if it was fake, and so it's like he's still holding out that it could be fake, but he's like, people would still pay good money for it. That works very well. I do like this weird, spooky letter to Santa thing. I think that's a really interesting idea of, like, they put the letter to Santa in, the fire makes the present, and then they have to, like, reach their hands in to grab it. That is really interesting. I am wondering if this was meant to be objective or more of a character thing, because I assume it's just kids being kids, you know, and wanting presents. And so, not necessarily being greedy, they just are kids who want presents, you know. But it could make sense that that is how Jacob views them, that he's out here with nothing, and so to him, even innocent kids just asking for presents ends up sounding like rich kids being greedy to him. So it actually was here that they were introduced. So similar issue here. More of the creatures. This is the very first line that the creatures ever get introduced in. And so it feels very odd to introduce the creatures by saying more of the creatures, because it's like, wait, what do you mean more? There was never one. You never told us that there was one. So I feel like the creatures also needed to be introduced more. They are physically not described. I have no idea what to imagine. I was imagining, I've been watching the Owl House, and I was imagining the, like, detention guys, from Owl House. But yeah, so introducing them, more, I think would be good. Definitely horrifying how, like, their elf feet become elf feet because they're, like, mutilated and curled that way. I think I might come back to that comment. I am wondering why Jacob opens one of the presents and throws the pearl necklace. I'm guessing it was meant to be, like, as a distraction, but the elves didn't seem to notice him before, and so it kind of seemed like he was fine to just slink his way away, you know, without having to throw one of his presents away. And so, especially because it wasn't established that he's, like, trying to do a distraction, I did get quite confused when he opens it and throws it. I did like the way you introduced them as elves. That works well. And then it did, like, again, there is this question of would he be doing this when he should be focusing on survival. But I do kind of like that he's like, hey, if this is how we get presents, is with this fire, I'm going to ask for $1 million. Like, that, that works well. It's like, it's worth a shot. And then I do like how he sees not the fracture with the backyard, but one with the graffiti of his gang. I think that works pretty well. I like the cigarettes and shattered beer bottles, very atmospheric. Let's see, do I want to talk about this now or at the end? I guess I'll talk about it now. The noose thing, though, feels oddly and needlessly dark. It might work in the weird horror world. Come back to that, though. It might not. But in our world, it's like, why the needless darkness? You know, why would there be Christmas lights in the shape of a noose? And I feel like the problem is there's a couple of different options because I thought that it's implying that one of his friends hung himself. That one of his friends hung himself earlier that night. I see the ad coming. I guess we can let it go through. And yes, I did read a couple to my dad today as well, or yesterday. my dad was thinking that it was Santa leaving it as like a message to Jacob of like, don't come back kind of thing. And then another friend of mine thought that it was not actually like a noose, just like he's kind of freaking out. that Jacob's freaking out, and so all it is just a loop, and he's like, that is the shape of a noose. I think the last one makes the most sense. My issue is just that a noose is a very specific thing. I don't know if I could make it out of my little necklace here. But yeah, actually I can. Yeah. Oh, you can't see it that well actually. But it's like, okay, well now that I'm doing this, it does actually make more sense to happen naturally. But, you know, I was thinking of a noose that's made out of rope that has, like, the thing at the bottom with the rope all wrapped around and stuff like that. That I was like, that's highly specific, and I don't feel like the lights could do that on their own. And so I was like, this has to be actually made. Like, somebody actually made it that way. But now that I did that, maybe it doesn't have to be done that intentionally. But basically it's just highly specific, so I thought it had to be made, and it feels oddly and needlessly dark for our world. Now granted, if you did intend it as just that's what it looks like to Jacob because he's kind of freaking out, that kind of works. And I guess we'll come back to this. We'll come back to the Christmas light nooses after the ad.
Hello, kitty. Oh, sneeze. Oh, sneeze, sneeze. You're cute. Yeah, you're very cute. Yes. Yes, yes. Hello.
Well, I don't know if we still have time, but if you want to do a story, we will sometimes do stories during the ads of like I say a word and you say a word. I guess we could start with Christmas. Hello, Norman.
Oh, boops. I got booped by my kitty. Can you see that? I got booped. She's like, nope. Yes, baby.
Christmas adverts? Or were you continuing the story or just saying adverts?
Yeah, the kitty. Yes, baby. Oh, so cute. That's a sweet love. That's a sweet kitty love, yes. Yes, yes.
Alright. I want to see if I can find... Okay, I could find it. Prepare for horror, but I was saying that I was imagining the elves as the detention guys from Owl House. Here you go. Here you go. That's what I was imagining. Oh no. Okay. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. um, no, I put a GIF in the writing group chat. Mako just clocked out of work. Nice. But anywho, back to the story. Okay. So, as for some more overall, stuff. So the next part that I'm going to talk about, I've talked about before how sometimes writers will critique you based on how they would have written the story. That doesn't mean that it's how you did or should write the story. And so this might be one of those critiques, but I feel like it'd be interesting to discuss and hear what folks in the chat think and everything. So, like I said, I absolutely love the beginning. I think you set it up so well. I was so into it. I was really empathizing with the character, and I was like, oh, like this is the story of a homeless person finding the real Santa. Like, how interesting is that? And also I did not see the content warning. But I was thinking that this had the makings of a really meaningful story, that you could really tell something super transcendent that would really stick with your readers for years to come with that kind of premise. And I think that it's possible that all you guys wanted to do was just create a Christmas horror story. And if that was the only intention, I do think that you accomplished that. I do have other stuff I want to discuss with that, but this definitely works as a Christmas horror story. it has the vibes. I'm gonna remember those vibes, and it works for that. However, I'm not walking away from the story with a lot of meaning and feeling like, wow, like that story really hit me and really got me. I'm kind of just walking away going, well, that was sad and spooky. And again, if that was how you wanted readers to be left, then that works fine. But what I'm wondering is, knowing that you had this premise that you could use to make something so deeply meaningful that could really impact your readers' lives, I'm wondering what made you go the direction that you went with it. What made you decide to go in the horror direction? And what you have is not bad. What you have works, again, especially if it was just your intention to spook your readers a bit. But I do... But I'm wondering what made you go for that instead of going for something that could really, like, touch your readers' hearts and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm making sense with that. But another thing to discuss with the horror is that, how did I phrase it in my comment? So you can have a story where it's like, okay, we're going to explain how Santa works, but the explanation will be horrifying. You know, it's going to be Santa, but it's going to be, you know, it's going to be, everything that you know and love about Santa, now you're going to know and be horrified about, because the real explanation is something horrifying. You can totally do that, and that totally works, and that seems kind of like the sort of thing that you're going for. But I feel like it doesn't quite get there for me, because it doesn't feel like it's answering my questions about Christmas in a horrifying way. It feels like it's creating more questions about the explanation, more questions about the story. Like the idea that the way that the Christmas presents get created is because there's this magical fire, and you put the Santa letter in it, and then you get the present out. Like, that's interesting. But I'm kind of left going, okay, why do the elves need to mutilate themselves for the presents? Why does it work like this? You know, why do they have to mutilate themselves? It just kind of seems like it's there to be horrifying, right? It's there, and it is horrifying. But I feel like you could go for that kind of thing and have it be horrifying, but also have it explain things, right? I'm trying to think. I wish I thought of examples yesterday. Let's see if I can think of something. I don't know, like, this is not great, but, you know, like with the reindeer flying, like, maybe the way that they fly, it, like, completely mutilates their bodies, and, like, I don't know, their legs go back and turn into wings or something like that. Like, that works because, it's, like, we have the story of reindeer flying, and all you're doing is explaining they fly, but it's kind of horrifying. You know, they fly, but the way that happens is not cute little pixie dust. It's, you know, by their bodies being mutilated. You know, that works quite well. But just kind of going, okay, the elves just keep on mutilating themselves to get the presents. I'm kind of going, but why though? What does the mutilation serve in canon? Like, diegetically, why is there horror? You know, why is this happening in this way? Why does this work where less horrific methods maybe wouldn't work, that kind of thing. I don't know if I'm making sense in that. Kind of similar to my milder question of, like, okay, if the reindeer are invisible, why isn't the sleigh invisible? It's like that kind of thing where it's like, okay, that's cool of the reindeer being invisible, and that totally makes sense as an explanation for why people don't see them. But then it's like, okay, but then why isn't the sleigh also invisible? That doesn't quite connect. You know what I mean? You now know how reindeer fly, and you wish you didn't, exactly. The letters into the fire that makes the presents is a pretty cool idea, indeed. Nightwolf said, you'll have to ask Azo for that one towards the end. Azo took over because I was busy with uni stuff. Gotcha. Hello, the Shadow Legion. Maybe the elves just load up sacks to pass on to Santa, so there's a bunch of sacks. Mm-hmm. Treasure means nothing if you don't live to spend it, regarding Jacob going after the treasure. True. Maybe it's showing the background of where he came from. You mean the presents and stuff? Nightwolf said the beginning is both of us. Mavan says, the beginning is the best part of the story, but I feel like the story switches focus right in the middle, which is a little confusing. Yep, I would agree with that. So let me think if I summarize it. Oh yeah, so I was gonna say something about Santa. Like, that could have been something that could have maybe wrapped it all up. That either, like, we meet Santa and Santa's actually nice. Oh yeah, that was the other thing I was gonna talk about. Another thing I was gonna talk about is, well, all this is horrifying, but what they're doing is bringing presents to children. And I think that's part of why I even more have that question of, like, okay, like, yeah, like, I can get behind a story whose premise is explaining how Santa works, but in a horrifying way. Like, I can get behind that. But at the end of the day, unless you're going a Krampus route, and it's about Krampus, you know, stealing the naughty kids away, what Santa's doing is inherently good. And so it does feel odd that it's like, okay, so, well, A, why does it have to be, you know, so horrifying to get the presents to the kids? And B, they can't be that evil if that's their goal. If their goal is to spread joy to children, as horrifying as the elves might look, as horrifying as what's going on might be, they can't be totally evil. And so, and so that's another thing too. And so that could have been a thing that you could have used Santa for, that maybe, like, Santa looks horrifying, but he's like, oh, hey, bud, like, you want a present? You know, he's still actually a nice guy. Or you could have had him meet him and he could have been horrifying, and that would have just been, like, the climax, the boss battle. That could have worked as well. Santa being utterly terrifying but caring and gentle would have been really cool, indeed. And I'm guessing that the title of, like, the real cost of A Merry Christmas might have to do with, like, the whole mutilation stuff, where it's like, oh, the elves literally sacrifice their bodies to get presents to the kids. Which is something. That is quite the idea, if that was what you were going for. But yeah, I'm just kind of left with, but why though? but why all this horror? Why must it be in that way, you know? Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to talk about. Oh, yeah. Kind of going back to, like, you could have had a lot more meaning than just the horror. That kind of goes along with the ending as well, because, well, so to start with the title. So the title is The Real Cost of a Merry Christmas, and the only explanation I can think is that it's the cost to the elves. But if it's the cost to Jacob, well, Jacob doesn't get a Merry Christmas at all. Like, Jacob gets a Christmas alone and sad. And so Just lost my train of thought. Oh, and so you could have had him keep, like, a single present or something like that. So the ending is really just, like, sad, and he leaves with nothing, and he's just cold. And I do like that last line of he's just so cold. I think that is, like, that does work as this sad, tragic, empty ending. But again, I'm kind of wondering, but why, though? But why does it have to end, so sad and empty? Especially if, again, this is Santa, and ultimately he does want the kids to get presents. Why can't we end with, like, him holding a single present for dear life, and, like, there's some hope that he can sell that and have a better life or something like that. I'm wondering why it has to end on just sadness and emptiness, you know what I mean? Because, and again, like, I'm the kind of person who likes hope. I like having there be hope in my stories, even when there's darkness. And so again, this might just be, well, that's how Kaylie would have written it. That's what Kaylie likes, but it's not what Azzo and Nightwolf wrote, nor what they like, you know. It just, summary, it just all of this comes back to the question of why. And even if the only answer is, I don't know, we wanted fun horror vibes, that's perfectly fine as an answer. But there are a lot of things both inside the story and just looking outside the story that leave me with that question. Maybe he sees it as horrifying because he hasn't been a good boy. That's interesting. That is an interesting idea. But also, like, the poor boy doesn't have parents or a home. So it's not like he's purposely being like, hey, I'm gonna be a naughty boy. I'm gonna go smash the windows. It's like, he needs money for food, and so he's gonna take that job, you know? So that's extra sad if Santa's like, you're a bad boy, Jacob, because you don't have any other choice. Because you can't be a good boy. Too bad. Yeah, Jacob hasn't been a good boy, but it'd be neat if he got a small present that he wanted, yeah. Oh, this is a small thing, but I think a lot of people covered a lot of the other small things, and I don't recall this one being covered, so I'll talk about it. The street is too pretty to have bars on its windows. That reads to me that it does have bars on its windows. Like, this street has bars on its windows, but it's too pretty for that, right? I'm trying to figure out how to describe. It's just that phrasing. That phrasing to me means, yeah, like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of an example, like, like, you're too pretty to be into wrestling. Something like that. It's like, this person is into wrestling, but somebody's, like, judging them and being like, ha, you're too pretty for that stuff. It's like, it's what I'm into, man. It doesn't matter how pretty I am. I like the wrestling. But like, that is saying, they are into it. And so, like, it's too pretty to have bars on its windows is saying, it does have bars on its windows, it's just too pretty for that. But reading on, that's not what you're trying to say. You're trying to say it doesn't have bars on its windows. And so I think saying something like, it's rare for Jacob to walk down a street without bars on its windows. Or, this street is very pretty, you know, no bars on the windows, or something like that. I think I have gone over it, mostly, though. I don't want to spend too much time on this one, but very good story. Even though it leaves me with questions, I did enjoy your vibes. I do think you did a great job with this Christmas horror and writing a story with really just one single character and very little dialogue. Ah! I think you did a great job with it. Thank you so much for submitting, and I hope that you enjoyed your partnership. I hope you enjoyed writing a story together. All right. Somebody tag Katie Star. Kitty got a rainbow on her. Well, it might show up as just white. You're so confused. Why are you confused? Yeah, it looks just white, but it is rainbow.
It is rainbow. Yeah, kitty.
It was random draw. That wasn't something I addressed at the beginning, but this could have been made into a contest if enough people read and reviewed all the stories, but nobody read and reviewed all of them. So that did not happen. By the way, if anybody had, I might have read them specifically just to reward them for doing all the work, even if they it did not actually become a contest. But yeah, so it did not become a contest, so nobody voted on winners, so I just did a random picker wheel, and these were the folks that got picked. I know that I copied over your note, Katie, but if you have any more questions about your story, you can feel free to put them in the chat. Nightwolf says, it was really fun. Hope we do something like this again. Aw, I'm glad to hear that. Don't let me forget. I am going to extend the deadline for making the physical books of the Halloween stories. I'm gonna I forgot that deadline was yesterday, and I did not warn anybody about it, so I'm gonna give some extra time for that. Oh, interesting. So you liked the collaborations enough you want to do it again for spring. Nice. Yeah, at the end of the stream, I want to talk about, I'll reiterate what I just said about the Halloween stuff. And then I want to talk about, what are we going to do next in terms of holiday stories. It's so jingly today. Yes, I got my jingle jangles on. I don't know if you were there for the Christmas stream, but I had on a Santa hat and my lights and the jingle jangles. People liked them. So this is for Christmas, so you get the jingle jangles again. You also will get them in one of the Arcane episodes. I will probably title the episode Jason Victor's Jingle Jamboree, because that's how I referred to it inside the episode. But it's probably it's probably gonna be my favorite reaction. I was jingle jangling everywhere. Oh wow. Fair enough. Yeah, we can try and discuss that at the end and see if people are okay with just including something longer. It's just more to do with how long the book is and how expensive it's gonna be. But yeah. All right, let's just go for it. Only in My Dreams, The Flames of Hope, by Katie Star. 2,448 words. Content warning. Mild violence, gore, and swearing. What the fuck? Where is it? Ren frantically rifled through his luggage a third time. There was a ring with quite the sizable ruby that he had set aside for the party. It was his mother's. How could I lose it? The weight dropped back down into his stomach again. As usual, a red suit jacket was swapped for an extravagant set of coattails and a cape combo. And the night sky glittered and drifted across the black lining of the garment, leaving stars swirling behind him with each step. Sparing makeup was meticulously applied to highlight his facial tattoos, which cut into his cheeks and around his eyes. A golden Rolex reflected the overhead lights from his wrist. He checked the time. 6:58 p.m. I can look for it later. Ren grabbed his hotel key and dashed out of the room. A flurry of excuses and pardon me's followed, while he flitted in between butlers, housekeepers, and security. With a turn of the handle, he flung open the door to the fire exit and took the stairs 2 at a time. Reaching the top floor in a minute, he sprinted to the elevator and swiped his room key. I'm going to be late. I've lost my head. Tonight of all nights. Ren took a moment to compose himself as the elevator descended from the private penthouse, 4 floors above. Vance mentioned that it was slower than the public elevators. The dings, which signaled the approaching floors, clinched down on his stomach like a vice as it drew closer. He checked his watch again. 6:59 p.m. I'm going to be late, and I lost my mother's ring. He fussed with his cuffs, fingers pressed the fabric smooth, and brushed dust off of his jacket. The cape, which had tangled itself haphazardly over his shoulder, was tossed out and straightened over his shoulders. Dress for battle, he muttered. And battles take many forms. Protect all your weaknesses. The words his parents spoke to him as the young man relieved some of his anxiety. The tension released from his jaw as he let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Comforts were fleeting, and the night was young. The elevator dinged, and the doors unveiled one of the most annoying members in Legion Incorporated. Bright and gaudy, box-dyed sapphire hair blended seamlessly into the equally bright dinner suit. His pale skin, nearly translucent, was swallowed by the horrific clown costume. Black, stylized, geometric tattoos zigged and zagged across his cheekbones. Ren scrunched his eyes shut. Oh my, is he wearing... Your handsome lass is late, Ronaldo. I'll have to go get my paddle and teach you some manners. The glee in the man's voice sang thickly with each word. Vance Corvide, database specialist and company gossip machine. Are you seriously wearing corduroy, Vance? Yes, this is my lucky suit, Ren. Come on, I'm your escort for the evening, Vance said. Ren opened his eyes and felt like he was going to be sick. Vance licked his lips with anticipation. Globs of saliva congealed in the corners of his mouth, as his eyes hungrily roamed over Rin's muscular frame. Ooh la la, Rin, you certainly know how to please your most ravenous fans. Vance beckoned him into the elevator. Rin's legs took on a lead-like quality as he parked himself next to Vance. The door slid shut behind him. Stop it, Vance. You're not helping, Rin whispered. Oh, sorry, sweetheart. What was that? Vance wound his arm around Rin's, pressing his body uncomfortably close. I couldn't quite hear you. I said stop, Rin growled. But you're blushing so delightfully. Rin shoved Vance and sent him into the elevator wall with a dull thud, the metal around the man denting slightly. Ouch! I'm not your plaything anymore, Vance. You'll do well to remember that. Rin curled his lips. Vance lifted himself away from the wall as painful cracks and creaks filled the silence. Vance popped his shoulder back into place with a grunt. Rin smiled. That promotion in the company stole your sense of humor, Vance grumbled. Rin snorted. No, it gave me a backbone. Well, it also lost you your brain. I took care of your Secret Santa gift, by the way. Thank me later. Rin frowned. There wasn't any mention of the Secret Santa gift on the invitation. The smile that slowly crawled across Vance's cartoonishly white face brought his anxiety back as the elevator arrived at the top floor. The doors opened and revealed an opulent room whose ceiling soared high overhead. Crystal chandeliers refracted multicolored Christmas lights around the room in a kaleidoscope of color. Marble, gold, and granite smoothed every countertop and tiled every floor. Decadent spreads of hors d'oeuvres covered the dining room table that was tucked off to the left. Floor-to-ceiling glass windows covered the fantastic New York skyline in Central Park below. All 12 attendees fell silent as Rin stepped out of the elevator. The heel of his dress shoes clicked on the floor and echoed across the room. Now presenting, Vance announced. Eyes narrowed in disappointment and annoyance, appraised his form as Rin fanned his cape over his shoulders. "The newest member of the board and the third most valuable man in the company, Chimera!" Vance gestured to Rin with a sweeping motion and stepped to the side. A smattering of uninterested applause broke out in response to Vance's announcement. Rin bowed his head in acknowledgement, but otherwise remained silent. Conversation started again as the other members of the board returned to their conversations. No one moved from their spot. "I need to keep my guard up." "Hey, Rin," Vance hissed as the focus of the room drifted back to its conversation. "Remember, no fucking violence. That trick in the elevator was slick, but..." Yeah, Rin cut him off. "What you do unto others shall be paid back to you tenfold." Vance narrowed his eyes and introduced Rin to the lower ranks of the Legion. Catherine, the handsy younger sister of Vance, was relatively tame once Rin politely reminded her to keep their hands to themselves. "Rin," Vance coughed as the pair strolled away from the junior executives. "What the fuck was that ability?" Rin chuckled and shook his head. "What was what, Vance?" "That darkness. It felt like it might have swallowed me." He trailed off as he met Rin's look of warning. "Right, let's keep going. Seymour's up next." "Good idea." Rin dipped into himself as Seymour launched into his martial arts experience. He slowed his inner perception, while the time outside him remained the same. Autopilot took over, providing small talk to Seymour, while his thoughts turned towards Christmas, which was out of his reach. Blues, reds, greens, and purples twinkled across his skin as Rin sat beneath a Christmas tree laden with ornaments and lights. Presents of all shapes and sizes surrounded him. Penguins and polar bears, hanging onto a sled for dear life, flew across the wrapping paper in a whimsical manner. A fire crackled warmly behind him. The dim sound of plates and pleasant chatter tickled his ears, coming from a room unseen. "So, Rin, I've seen you use 5 different powers so far." "Yes, that's true." "Wanna tell me how they work?" "Not particularly." "Come on! No other innate technique allows for such a wide demonstration of power. What's your secret?" "A good magician never reveals his tricks." People with blurry faces began to filter into the room and brought their noise with them. Warmth and happiness danced between them as their lively conversations continued to the floor. They gathered around Rin. Although he couldn't see their faces or hear what they were saying, he knew one thing to be true. They loved him. And the massive pile of presents surrounding the tree were all gifts they'd gotten him. A few of the faces came into focus. Nobara, Jasper, and Guy were all wearing matching elf hats. And they greeted him with warm smiles and words Rin couldn't hear. The final figure entered the room, looking clearer than the rest of the people there. Santa dress and Birkenstocks, pale skin patchwork with scars, red curly tresses and deep blue eyes, vertical pupils, and a gentle smile. The most beautiful girl he'd ever seen, looking at him, with an overflowing love and desire in her eyes. For him. "Hey, Rin," Vance said. "Yeah?" We're going to go talk to Lestat and Salome now." There was a notable edge to Vance's voice. "Oh, okay." Rin blinked and reoriented himself to the world around him. "Are you ready for that?" Vance shifted from foot to foot. "I don't really have a choice, do I?" Vance sighed and walked towards the blonde-haired woman in a blood-red evening gown and a man in a simple black suit. Her head turned towards him, and a sinister smirk split across her face. Rin followed Vance and slipped himself further into his fantasies as the dread settled into his stomach. White-haired Lestat shook his hand limply and wiped it on his jacket with a look of disgust. Salome's disapproving look and cutting comments would have picked apart his resolve if he'd been paying attention. And the sound of paper tearing and laughter filled his head again as the Christmas tree came back into view. A gentle hand was wrapped around him, and the urge to pull away was gone. Those red curly tresses draped themselves over his chest as the woman leaned in closer. Rin noticed his own arm was around her shoulders. "Well, Rin, did you hear me?" Salome's voice broke through the scene. "What?"
I said thank you for the Christmas present. It was very kind of you,
Salome said. What fucking Christmas present? Rin snapped. Like hell I'd ever get you anything, you abusive witch. Salome flinched, clutching her heart with a pout. Me? Abusive? Shit. Rin's retort trailed off as his eye finally comprehended what was on Salome's hand. His mother's ring. A prize from his past, which she clung to for dear life during the darkest moments of his enslavement to both man and demon. The ring, which he clung to for dear life, after hours of the unspeakable horrors his maker, Salome, put him through. He survived her because of that ring, which was in his suitcase. How did she...
Anyways, thanks for the beautiful ring. The markings are a testament to your people's craftsmanship. Although you are nothing more than witless savages, I really admire your...
Her voice faded out as Rin looked over at Vance. Well, now I know what he meant by I covered your secret Santa. Vance looked terrified. Well, Rin, what's the move? What do you mean? Are you going to let Vance's slight pass? But the ring is on Salome's finger. Vance did at her request. You catch on quick. Rin flicked his finger and an unseen slash cut off Salome's finger at the base of her knuckle, spilling blood on her dress as a high-pitched scream filled the air. Rin narrowed his eyes as he turned to Vance, dipping into his powers once again, crushing the bones in Vance's arm without moving. Rin walked over, picked up the ring, and tossed the severed finger back onto Salome's lap. Slipping it on his finger, he stalked over to the balcony door and stepped out into the freezing air and slammed it shut behind him. Damn it. The freezing air bit through his crawling skin while snow crunched underneath his feet. The skyline of New York blinked and bustled as Rin leaned on the railing. Rin muttered a few swear words as he tried to catch his breath, tears pooling at the corners of his eyes. Damn, I could really use a whiskey. He felt his phone buzz in his pocket. A picture came through. Kenshin, Rin's boyfriend, clung tightly to a muscular man with black hair, while the stranger shoved his tongue down his throat. Rin figured that this man was the business deal Kenshin was so cagey about. The tears flowed freely now as Rin sobbed. Are you fucking serious? After 150 years together, this is how you repay my trust? Numbness seeped over his body as he continued to heave deep, heavy sobs. Memories of Kenshin, now tinted blue, flashed through his mind. Turned cheeks, dodged kisses, cold shoulders. Damn it, how could I be such an idiot? Rin sobbed. The door to the patio creaked open behind him as Rin desperately tried to control his breathing. He rooted through his pockets to find a hanky before anyone could see him cry. A warm knitted blanket was draped across his shoulders, and two men leaned against the railing next to him. Hey, Rin, a soft voice he didn't recognize began. Sungwoo and I thought you could use your gift now. Rin blinked the tears away and looked over at the man. The deep and rich purple of the man's suit was cut through by the white cuffs. Ebony skin glimmered in the dimming light of the balcony. Golden rings adorned elegant fingers as the man offered Rin a plate of Faroa cocoa, which steamed gently in the crisp night air. The smell of coconuts made his mouth water and tugged at his heart. Well, go on, the man encouraged. I made it especially for you. I know how hard it is to miss home, especially when you were forcibly taken from it. And took the plate. And my gift is a stiff drink, the man on his other side said, offering him a bourbon on the rocks. A smart black business suit and glowing purple eyes gave him a powerful and pulsating aura. Let's sit down, yeah? Rin asked. The two men nodded, and the three walked into the small set of metal chairs that were tucked under the awning. Rin broke the bread and shared it with the two men and sat in silence for some time. The Shadow Twins made me food and brought me a drink. What the fuck is going on? So, Sungwoo and Azima, what's with this bizarre demonstration of kindness? Rin asked. A smile passed over Rin, and both men remained silent. Why not? Azima's accent, which Rin could not place, felt like a warm hug. It is required to welcome a general into the Legion.
especially one who has known little kindness in his life. Sungwoo nodded. The three spent the rest of the night in polite conversation, swapping stories about their childhoods and how they came to power within the Legion. The bitter cold staved off by the forging of new bonds in a hellish landscape. Longer claps. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. My mom brought me medicine. The Vance voice is perfection. I'm glad to hear that. Hooray for mom's cough medicine. Thank you for the cheer, Marks. Appreciate it. Alrighty, Rue. Very interesting to learn more about Rin. So here is Katie's note. Song, I'll Be Home for Christmas by Elvis Presley. So it turns out writing a piece that hits really close to home is incredibly difficult, especially on top of trying to swim out of the depressive spiral I've been in for the past few weeks. I'm sorry to hear that you were in that, Katie. I'll be honest and say this is still in a first draft state. Oh well. Not my best work, and I'm pretty disappointed with myself, but I tried my best. I spent quite a bit of time cutting the story down and rearranging plot, focus, and structure. The entire piece is close to 10,000 words, because I just couldn't stop writing. If you could just give me general thoughts on the character, the plot, and the potential conclusions you drew on the conflict and setting, that would be great. I'd also like to know what questions you have as a reader, what is confusing, what you're curious about, etc. I tried to focus more on the subtextual world building and demonstrating the longing of the song through Rin's daydreams. I don't know how well it came across, or if at all. Anyway, I tried to wrap up the story with a bit of a bright spot by having Rin make two friends at the party. But it was difficult. This story is from Rin's past, so considering how the characters were before they met each other was a bit of a stumbling block for me. So it's definitely underwritten. I couldn't really decide how I wanted the story to end, either happy or sad, so feel free to leave suggestions. I'd appreciate less focus on sentence structure and grammar and other writing craft feedback. It most likely will not help inspire me to finish the piece. I can handle those grammatical inconsistencies in future rewrites. Cheers. So feel free to say things along those lines. Not really questions to answer, but say things about that in the chat. Thank you for the cheer, Norman. Thank you for reading my story, Stardust says. Christmas sucked this year. The song was the mood for the season. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Looks like Wolfie went sleepies. Alrighty, Rue. I like how you use the song and like the title is for the song as well, that he's having a good Christmas but only in his he's home for Christmas but only in his dreams. That was really interesting song take. All right, let's just start getting into it. I do like that the story starts with him looking for the ring. The ring is a really great through line throughout the story. We'll come back to it when we come back to it, but I like that it starts with that. Sets it up. I do agree with one of your commenters that the phrasing of "there was a ring" makes it sound like he's like, aha, here it is, ring. Not, there used to be a ring, but I don't know where it is now. I am wondering how a set of coattails and cape works together. I feel like corduroy is less of a fashion faux pas than having, like,
coattails, which go out, and then a cape, which also, goes over. But that is also nitpicky. Oh, thank you. Oh, can you please bring me ice now? I was all excited about honey water, but it has now burned my tongue. Yeah, exactly. A cape would cover the coattails. I thought there was something in the middle here, but so I want to hear what you guys think of the Rolex, because you might have a different view than me, but this actually does something for me that I don't think you wanted, which is that, to me, a Rolex is a symbol of flaunting wealth, especially now. Now, granted, like, in the past, watches were something that, people used a lot more genuinely, and so a Rolex was just a very nice watch. So it did have a function, it just, was a very expensive one. However, now, especially, yes, people do still wear watches, but they're used less, and usually we'll just use our phones for the time. And so now a Rolex is just kind of a symbol of flaunting wealth, of like, oh, I'm a rich person and I can afford to throw $10,000 on a useless item. And so when you mention that somebody has a Rolex, it immediately gives me some distaste for them. Because I'm like, I'm not really a fan of somebody who's going to throw their money at something useless when that money could have gone. It could have even, thank you. It could have even gone to, like, not, of course it'd be better to, like, give it to charity or something like that, but not even for charity. Like, you could buy a really nice couch for that money, or a nice car or something like that. Like, even saying, oh, here's this rich person with a really nice car, actually, I'm a lot more fine with that than a Rolex, because that's a useful use for your extravagant wealth. But this, like I said, it just seems like I want to flaunt it for people. I want everybody to know I can afford to throw my money away. And so, oh no, there's buffering. This is a problem, because I burned my tongue and I need this to unburn it, but I can't really talk when it's in my mouth. Okay. And I think that all you intended with it is that you just wanted to show that he's wealthy. And that's all. That he's just a dude with a nice watch. And that's part of what I want to hear what the chat has to say, because maybe for others it does do that. Maybe for others it's just like, oh yeah, he's just wealthy. It's not like he's flaunting it or being, I don't know what the word would be, being snooty about it or something. Okay, give me a second of silence to allow me to suck on an ice cube, and I'll see if whoever had the buffering, if it goes away while I'm doing that.
talk now? My Ballad to talk now. Looks like we always saying no buffering. That's good. I personally am crashing though. Personal buffering. But anyway, so I say all that because I don't think that you wanted me to have an immediate distaste for your main character when I entered the story. But I also say that because I might be the only one who has that from that word. So there is some oddness in the setting at the beginning here, and it doesn't really matter that much, but the more I looked at it, the more questions I had. I don't know why he takes the stairs to go to an elevator, and I think where... And then he reaches the top floor, but then but then the elevator's descending to him, even though he reached the top floor. So, yeah, there was weirdness going on with the elevators in the setting. I wasn't sure what was up with that. I did like the, I'm gonna be late, I lost my head tonight of all nights. So it creates some action and, what was I gonna say? Speed, I guess? I don't know. Action speed at the beginning. I like that. And I do like that. I'm gonna be late and I've lost my mother's ring. The summary of what's going on. Elevators messing up space and time again. I love that. I do quite like this line from his parents, dress for battle and battles take many forms. I think that's neat and kind of summarizes the scene we're going to be going into, that even though it's just like an office party basically, it feels like a battle to him, and you can see that throughout the story. And I think this works really well as a transition from like he's repeating this quote and we don't know what it's from, and then the words his parents spoke to him as a young man relieve some anxiety. I think that works really well to explain what that was. Oh yeah, so bright and gaudy box-dyed sapphire hair blended seamlessly into an equally bright dinner suit. His pale skin, nearly translucent, was swallowed by the horrific clown costume. So, I read this story twice, and I took this literally both times. Somebody else had to say, I don't think that this is actually a clown costume. And I think it's just how it's phrased, that even though you do say dinner suit here, saying it was swallowed by the horrific clown costume, nothing about that sounds sarcastic to me. It doesn't sound... I'm trying to think how you could rephrase that to make it sound like... I mean, even as something as simple as his clown costume of a suit, or... Or it may as well have been a clown costume or something like that. But just horrific clown costume, I was just like, okay, he's wearing a horrific clown costume. And so the whole time I'm like, this is a fancy party. Why is he dressed like a clown? I think Vance is introduced very well. Your handsome ass is late. That's great. And I do like that, corduroy is more of a, like I say, like a fashion faux pas. And so I do like establishing the characters that Rin knows that, and Vance is making the faux pas. That works very well. Horrifying description here. Works very well. Oh, ad incoming.
this works very well. Like, Vance is great as just like a slimy git. He reminds me of let me see if I can find if I know his name actually. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I watched it. Hey, I did remember his name. I don't know if I'm finding great ones for him, but there's one. So he reminds me of Shinji from Fate Stay Night, or I guess it's Fate Unlimited Blade Works. I don't know if he's... What in the world? Why am I... Well, how did I pin something? And how do I unpin it? Unpin. There we go. Yeah, he reminds me of him. He's just like a slimy, seaweed-headed git. And I don't know how to describe the personality exactly. Like, it's... the voice I'm using is a little bit similar to the voice I use for Lockhart, but I think I use something a little slimier here. But yeah, so his character works very well. You introduce him well. His lines are great in their sliminess. And then I think the elevator shove works. I don't know. It does feel like on the one hand, I get why he wants to shove him because he's being a slimy git. But at the same time, like the whole atmosphere. Oh, there's the. Like a soaking wet sock. Amazing. There's Kitty. Oh, I can suck on another ice cube. Uh-oh. I need to blow my nose again. Oh, yawn. I live. The snot monster hasn't got me yet. Yeah, I'm sure there was. Oh, yeah, now I can see it up there. I think. Yeah, where's my... There. There's the rainbow. It moved. The white floof like a cloud. My cow had already tried to bite the jingle armbands. Very fair. Yeah, but she was surprisingly okay with them. Oh, righty. Now, so says Rolex is like jewelry, or frankly, any watch. Having an expensive one is meant to be a status symbol. Kind of remember a thing in Timeline where one of the characters noticed a couple of yuppie guys were wearing Rolexes or similar high-end watches, and wearing them loosely on their wrists so they would rotate around, causing them to readjust the way they sat on the wrist, as if trying to draw attention to, look, I have an expensive watch. Yeah, exactly. My mic is not... It's not lowered or anything. Anyways, back to the story. Oh yeah, so I was talking about the punch and shove. So we are at a fancy party, and so usually, as much as like Vance being a slimy get sucks, it usually you just kind of have to sit and put up with it. And so I don't know. It kind of works that he doesn't put up with it, especially because there is magic going on. But at the same time, it also feels very strong and like, okay, like, I feel like we could have just put up with it. Like, it sucks. It's not cool what he's saying, but I don't know why we couldn't just, keep going as civilized people, just hanging out and being angry at each other, basically silently seething at each other, kind of thing. So, a little torn on that part. And kind of similar about the position in the company stole your sense of humor. No, it gave me a backbone. I'm not sure... How do I feel about that? I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of wondering why a promotion would give him such a backbone that before he would just kind of sit back and take it, and now he's going so far as to dent the elevator. Like, that feels like a lot for a company promotion to do. So this used to say White Elephant, but then later it switches to Secret Santa. And Secret Santa seemed more accurate to what was going on, especially because it seemed like the Shadow Twins had him as their giftee. And so I just switched these to Secret Santa. I like how you describe the setting. I think that works very well. I like the presenting thing. I'm curious about the Chimera thing. I do not see Rin or Ronaldo anywhere in that. And so I don't know what this is a name for. If this is a superhero name, a supervillain name, some other kind of title. I'm not sure. I feel like that would be better just left off because it's not explained in the story, and just say the third most valuable man in the company and leave it at that. So as not to have your readers being asking questions that you won't answer. I do like the smattering of an uninterested applause. I think that works quite well. So I feel like this darkness ability doesn't work super well because it's not really, we as the reader don't see that Vance is like, what was that ability? And we're like, what ability? You just said that his sister got a little handsy. Like, that's the last thing we know. And so I think either actually showing him do it and use the darkness and then have this happen, or just removing it entirely would work better. And we'll come back to that second one. I do really like the memories, the daydreaming of a better Christmas. I think that is great and great for the song, and it's great for adding more meaning to the story. We get to know Rin more. We get to know what he wants, and because like it would work. The story would work as just like, oh no, poor man has sad Christmas at office party, like that works, and we would get those vibes without it. But I think this just adds to it and really shows what he really does want, and I think that's cool. I am wondering why it's being described as a power, though. Because this is something that normal people can do. Normal people can kind of shut their brains off and daydream. And so I feel like it almost detracts to have it be a power. And related to that, we have this... I have seen you use 5 different powers so far. Have we? Because we saw him do the elevator shove. We saw the darkness power. And we saw this power. So we've seen 3. And the third one doesn't seem like something Vance could even see. And so I don't know what that's all about. So for me, even though the magic is cool, and I think I would really like it in like the full universe novel story, I think in this story, it overall kind of detracts. There's one part where it doesn't, and we will come back to that. But it's kind of along those same lines of making me ask questions that I don't really need to be asking. Like, the whole darkness thing doesn't really need to come up. It doesn't detract from the story at all if you remove it, and it takes away some confusion and questions. And then what I was saying here of, like, this doesn't need to be a power. Normal people can daydream, and so having it be a power, I'm kind of questioning and wondering... I'm wondering why. And then the elevator one works the best. I think I'm being a little nitpicky with the elevator thing. But again, I feel like that scene would work just fine if we just, like, seethe silently. If we're just, like, frustrated, but we're not resorting to violence. You know, I think that would work perfectly fine and feel a little more natural to me. Because I don't yet fully understand how this world works and why violence is natural or why we are resorting to that kind of thing. And so I think just not using the magic, except maybe in one particular place, I think could help. And it kind of has a lot to do with something I talk about weekly with the weekly stories, which is that there's always this question in universe stories of too much context versus too little context. If you put in too much, then your reader is asking questions that they shouldn't be asking because you're not going to be answering them, and so they get confused. If you have too little, then the reader is confused because they're going, wait, like, I don't understand what's happening. I don't have enough info on what's happening here. And so you have to ride that line. And I totally understand how difficult it is, because I think sometimes I can be one of the worst offenders on giving too much context. But I feel like this story ended up having, at least regarding, well, in a couple places, but I feel like this story ended up having that problem in a couple places, and that just kind of goes back to what I was saying of, like, with the magic, I'm just asking a question of, like, what do you mean 5 powers? I only saw 3. And you shouldn't be able to see the third one. Why is this a power? Why are we resorting to violence? Where did the darkness come from? Like, those feel like questions of too much context. And I feel like these stories, and, like, granted, even these stories are not the easiest things to write, and it's a word limit in its own way. But I feel like that problem should not be such an issue in these short stories, because you have a bunch of room for the context. And so you have the room, you have the words to explain what's going on. But in this case, you also have the words to to just not include that to have the story work better as a standalone, if that makes sense. Yeah, because we have this whole section of, like, again, in a larger universe thing, I think I'd be interested in it and be like, ooh, like, why demonstration of power? Or I'd understand it at this point, and I'd be like, yes, this is our boy. He demonstrates power widely. I think that would work. But as is, does it really contribute to the plot of the overall story? Not really. And so the conversation ends up using words and ends up having your readers ask questions that aren't really going to be answered. This is a little nitpicky, but I don't feel like you need to mention people by name if they are not going to be important to the story, because we don't know these characters, or we don't know who they are, and so just saying his friends will actually impact us more than naming them, if that makes sense. I'll come back to Lilith. Okay, so we have now arrived at Salome. This is my favorite part of the story. This is, well, we'll come back to that in a second, but I do think that, like, you set it up well of like, hey, are you ready for this? And we're kind of like, like, why would he need to be ready for it? And we have the mystery of like, whoa, like he got her a Christmas present. Like, it really draws me in, even just from the introduction of, you know, are you ready for it? And stuff like that. So I think that's great. I do have a critique for this bit, which is that I don't understand why he gets so angry so fast. Because Homeboy has been daydreaming. And so if you're like here in the scene and she's saying mean things to you and you're just trying to hold it in and you finally snap, like, that works very well. But as is, like, he's not even really paying attention, and yet he's calling her names and swearing at her. And once again, this is a fancy Christmas party. It feels like he should be able to hold it together, especially if he has been self-soothing his own brain by daydreaming. Like I said, if he's not been soothing himself and he's just like getting angrier and angrier and then explodes, that would work. But coming out of a like nice, happy little daydream yelling doesn't really seem to make sense. And like, we'll talk about it more in a second, but especially considering the fact that she seems to literally have abused him, I feel like you're not going to be saying such things. Like, granted, there's lots of different forms of abuse, and maybe he really has gotten so fully away from her, and he's in power now, and she can't touch him and stuff like that. But if so, that's not really clear. It kind of seems like he's still an underling underneath her, the way that he's acting. Well, not the way he's acting, but that's just the impression I ended up getting. And so it feels odd to like call her abusive, because it might get you abuse. Like, it might get her being like, oh, okay, you think I'm an abusive witch? All right, to the dungeon. You know, that she might, I don't know how he got away, and he's still in the same room with her, and so he could easily get back into her clutches. And so on multiple levels, it feels odd to me that he goes this angry this fast and doesn't hold it together. Okay, it's better now, but not totally ready. Oh yeah, so I did really like that introduction, because that is really horrifying and terrifying, and it does make me super curious for what Rin's past was like and how he got into her clutches and what she did to him and stuff like that. I'm really intrigued, darkly intrigued by the relationship. I think you did a good job with that. The one thing that I have to critique in this line, though, is the word maker, because I read that, and the only time I've really heard this word used in this kind of context is in Luna's stories. That's the word that she uses for vampire sires. And so I immediately thought that you were using it in the same way. Of like, oh, hey, and especially because later he says he's like 150 years old. Like, oh, okay, so, like, they must be vampires. She must have made him a vampire. My dad thought that she literally made him. That, you know, he's like a lab experiment or something, and she made him. Another friend of mine thought that it was just like, oh, she turned him into the man he is today. But regardless of what you meant, that is 3 wildly different interpretations from a single word. And you never explain what that means, and so I think the word would be better left off. that either explaining what you mean or just using a different word and just saying, I mean, even just like the unspeakable horrors she put him through, I think would work better, because again, I'm asking questions I shouldn't be asking, because they are, they're not going to be answered within the story. I really like he survived her because of that ring. I think that feels super climactic, and like the answer to the whole beginning where he's freaking out and looking for it. I think that works very well. And then I can feel the horror of, you know, realizing that it's on her finger, and then her like being racist or speciesist against his people just makes everything worse. And knowing, you know, Vance saying I covered your Secret Santa is super dark, is this terrible thing where this beloved ring is given to this horrible witch, you know. I think that like that works so well. I'm so drawn into the story and into the stakes of what's going on. It works very well. I'm not sure who's talking here. They're in bold in the document. I'm not sure if it's like there's a demon in his head or if it's just him talking to himself. But especially if it is him talking to himself. Hi, Kitty. It does feel I'm not really hi, Kitty. I feel like, I'm trying to think how to describe it, but especially this part feels odd to me, that it's like, yeah, that is what we established. So I feel like having them talk and be more like, I don't know, I mean, I guess just taking it out and just going, what's the move? Are you going to let that pass? And then having him realize, did he do it at her request? I think that might work a little bit better. Kitty, where are you going? Kitty, kitty. Oh, kitty baby. Oh, kitty baby. You're so cute. Yes, you are. Oh, sorry. The bells make it hard. You're so cute. So this is the one magic thing that I think actually quite worked. That, yeah, that he's like, I'm done with this. I'm getting it off her finger, even if I have to cut it off. I think that works very well. It's super dramatic, and like I said, I'm intrigued by the whole scene. And the stakes do feel high, and it does feel like, yeah, she did these horrible things to him, so it does actually kind of work that he goes that violent with it. The problem is, there is absolutely no fallout. This is such a good scene, and I am so ready to see, like, it builds up so well, and I'm so ready to see the fallout from this. And then he just goes outside. So that actually is my single biggest complaint of the entire story, is that there's no fallout from the finger getting cut off. because it is my favorite part of the story. It's so intriguing and dramatic and full of stakes. And so then for it just to get resolved and he doesn't get, punished or any sort of consequence from that besides a little scream feels very strange and very anticlimactic after all that wonderful build-up. And then for the boyfriend stuff. So, let's see, how do I even introduce this stuff? So the thing is, and I may have been extra set up wrong because I've read one other story from this universe, but the dreaming seemed like a memory to me. It's possible it's not, but especially because I know that Lilith really is a person and like Jasper is a person and stuff like that, it seemed like this is a memory of a Christmas in the past. And so it definitely read to me as Lilith is his girlfriend. That's like, yeah, this is the most beautiful girl he's seen. That's his girl. And so it feels odd to then go, wait, he has a boyfriend after you have seemingly established that he has a girlfriend. And so I don't really feel the betrayal from this because this character has not been set up. And in fact, the opposite has been set up. A totally different character has been set up in this role. And so to be like, oh no, my boyfriend betrayed me. I'm like, I didn't know you had a boyfriend, I'm also wondering why Kenshin texted to him. I don't know if he's being a jerk and he's like, this is how I'm breaking up with you, is I'm literally sending you a picture of me snogging some other guy, That's possible, but it just feels a little odd that, that he just sends him that text of, especially if he was being cagey about it. It feels like, I mean, I don't know for sure, but I feel like if he was gonna try to hide it and stuff, why then just spoil yourself? Why then just be like, yes, I'm gonna sneak around and cheat, and then say in neon letters, I'm cheating on you, So I feel like this is another one of those things that I feel like either introducing it earlier, like have them be texting all night and have him be like, okay, like my boyfriend is like my one light of this whole night. And then all of a sudden he gets this text and again, I don't know why he's texting him that, but he gets this text of him kissing this other dude. And then he's like, my one light is gone. I think that could work. I think it also could have worked not to include the boyfriend detail and include something else with those words. Another thing is that I do feel like introducing, it might have been better not to introduce Lilith. Because I forget if it was a comment on the doc or in a review, but somebody was saying I expected her to show up by the end. I did too. I very much thought that was going to be the happy ending, that Lilith walks in the door and she's like, hey, Rin, like I knew you were stuck at this terrible party and I came to cheer you up. And so, but now that I know that she doesn't and her presence actively ended up confusing me, I feel like not mentioning her would be better, because all that really matters with the memory scene for this particular story is that he's dreaming of a better Christmas. It doesn't matter who in particular is in there because they're not going to show up. All that matters is there is a better Christmas in his mind than is literally happening out here. And so, once again, not introducing something that's going to cause me questions that won't be answered would be good. I do like the memories now tinted in blue, turn cheeks, dodged kisses, cold shoulders. That works very well, of like he's looking back and he's remembering all the times that he turned away. That works very well. Hi, kitty.
I do really like the Shadow Twins coming in and giving him bread. Oh yeah, there was like a thing that got all messed up. Let's see. I'm gonna do that just in case. Kitty boy, what do you want? Oh no, not this one actually. It's this one. Okay. No. Cool ebony skin glimmered in a dimming light of the dimming light of the balcony. Okay, how much did I mess it up? Okay, it was the word cool that got messed up. Okay, so I think you guys have seen this happen, but it's oh no, it's not there. I just fixed it. But I think you might have seen this happen. Let's see if I can make it happen. Yeah, there you go. So that's what happens. Sometimes when I make a comment, I just try to start typing, but instead of starting typing in the comment, it starts typing in the document. And so my comment was, I thought it was hot cocoa, and so it stuck hot cocoa in the middle of cool. I am sorry. That is, I think, the first time that has been stuck in there and not been moved to the comment. But anyways, I really like, you know, even from the moment they arrive, they're definitely this warm presence, which is really nice. I do feel like, so first of all, this actually had an A at the end of it, which is why I thought it was hot cocoa, that it literally said cocoa. And so I was like, oh, okay, it must be some special kind of hot cocoa. And then it turns out it's bread. And so I do think that while taking the A off helps, saying it's bread somewhere would be quite helpful, because I think even without the A, I would probably still kind of assume hot cocoa. So that would be good. But the bread, I looked it up, and the bread does look good. It does look nice. I also don't know how cold it is, and so it does feel a little odd on a seemingly winter story to have a cold drink. But that's nitpicky. I'm also wondering why this is weird. This is kind of another context thing. Because he doesn't seem to have met them before. He doesn't recognize their accents. He doesn't recognize their voices. And so it's very strange that he has this thought of, like, the Shadow Twins made me food and brought me drink. What the fuck is going on? Like, this is crazy. The world is upside down. And it's like, you've never met them. So how can you say that the world is turned upside down? And so I feel like, again, either not including the line and just letting the story stand for itself, or explaining the line and explaining, like, the Shadow Twins were known for being vicious and cruel, but they brought me a drink. Why? You know, I think that might work better to show, oh, like, they have a reputation, rather than this, which seems like maybe it's from our reputation, or maybe he knows them, but he doesn't know them, you know? Oh yeah, and like, we don't know why it's bizarre. But I do really like the, you know, we need to welcome you, especially someone who's known little kindness, somebody who sees through him at the end of the day, that this is what he's been dealing with internally all day, that he hasn't known kindness. People here aren't being kind to him. And so finally having someone be like, hey bro, like, I know you've been through a lot. How about some good bread and a nice drink? I think that works very well and is very sweet. I don't remember if there's anything more I wanted to talk about regarding your question. You do not have to share it, but I am curious about the piece hitting home. Oh yeah, I am really curious. You say that the piece is close to 10,000 words, and that definitely makes sense as to why there would be some things where I'm like, I feel like I don't have the context because maybe it is there in the 10,000 word thing, but it had to be cut. But here's the thing: you have 3,500 words, and so I don't know why a 10,000 word piece was not cut down to the limit. Like, you have 1,000 more words to work with. I'm not really sure why you didn't end up using them, especially considering what the story came from. I do like that you had the story end on a note of hope. That was good for me. You know, I like that. Let's see what folks in the chat have been saying. I forgot about the coattails, to be honest. I had stole this from Hella Haas on my mind. I was thinking about him, because it does say the night sky glittered, and so I was thinking of Stolas's coat. Or, yeah, is that a coat or a cape? Stardust says, it's 100% a wealth flaunt. Okay, so new question then, because the reason I was critiquing it is because I was thinking you would not want me to have a negative impression of Rin the minute the story starts. But is that exactly what you intended? You did want it to seem like, ugh, this guy is flaunting his wealth, I don't like that. I feel like even if watches are more accessories than ever, there are way more I bought this to flex how much money I have watches than Rolexes. I think they're still, I buy quality pieces, but I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I could be totally wrong. Well, I'm not a part of that world, but as I understand it, the Rolex is the shorthand for that. Like, honestly, if you described, like, oh, he had a big gaudy watch with diamonds in it, I actually would feel less like this than saying Rolex. Because, like I said, that brand just feels like the shorthand of this to me. When I was in a hotel in New York, there was a special elevator to the penthouse that you needed a key to. You still have to take normal elevators to get to that floor, though. Wait, what? So, if you can take normal elevators to that floor, then that contradicts having a special elevator to that floor. I'm confused. But, like, you know, here, it's not really described as, like, him walking outside his, so let's say that you mean, like, that you need to take an elevator to the fourth to last floor, and then the rest of the way, you can go up the special elevator. That still isn't what's being described here. Instead of it being like, oh yeah, I went to the elevator and I went up, but it didn't take me all the way. That is different from dashing out, going out the fire exit, going down the stairs, and he's a fancy boy, going out in the fire exit, which I would think wouldn't be caught dead doing that. Reaching the top floor, and then going to the elevator, but then taking the elevator to the top floor, you know. I think just saying, like, you know, you needed a special key to get to the penthouse, or to use the penthouse elevator. And he walks out of his room, and he meets Vance, and Vance uses the special key to get them to the penthouse. I think that would be less confusing. He's on the topmost floor that's accessible to the general public. That's not clear. I do think literally using that phrasing of the topmost floor accessible to the public would clear it right up. But when you say top floor, I assume you mean the penthouse floor. And call it a clown suit later after establishing its corduroy. That might work. And part of it is, like, clown costume. Like, so clown suit might help, potentially.
And yeah, establishing clearly it's corduroy and then saying his clown suit later might be clear. But I guess part of it is, yeah, that this whole paragraph is describing Vance. It's like, here he is, here's the description. And so then when you say clown costume, I'm assuming, yes, this is part of the description. I cut some dialogue I shouldn't have for that little exchange. It was that the magic exchange, or the darkness one. I've never seen The Boys. Hello, Autumn. Yeah, no, I feel that. I probably should have cut some of the previous interactions. Too shallow. Fair. Stardust mostly just reacting. I just see you're so right! I fully agree that I wanted more of that scene. I assume the finger cutting off. I popped the balloon unnecessarily. That's fair. Yeah, crushing Vance's arm as well. Vance doesn't even react. Yeah, Vance could also react. I don't need Vance's reaction as much as I need Salome's, but that would be good as well. Yes, especially since I established the rule about violence earlier. Yeah, exactly. He's like, no violence, and then no repercussions for the violence. I wonder how it could be clear that those were visions and not memories. Oh, Cat, what are you getting into?
What are you getting into, baby? Oh, yes. What are you doing? Are you being cute? Yes, you are. Hey, the blue throne is vacated. You want to come sit in the blue throne? Baby cat?
He's like, I want to rummage around in the closet again. Okay, so let's see where the first one is. So they're like visions of the future rather than of the past. Well, I think it it kind of comes back to what I was saying about normal people can do this. And so it's kind of, I guess I was kind of Occam's razoring it, so that it's like, well, yeah, like normal people can go into their daydreams and their memories and stuff. And so I wasn't thinking it was anything more complicated than what we can do. And it wasn't really explained, because it just said it slowed to his inner perception while the time outside him remained the same. Autopilot took over, providing small talk to Seymour while his thoughts turned towards Christmas, which was out of his reach. None of that is saying he is envisioning a Christmas that is yet to be, or has never been. No, it doesn't say, like, he retreated into his memories, but again, like, just tuning everything out and going into your mind feels like something anybody could do. And so my question isn't like, okay, that feels like something anybody could do. But this is a power. So what's special about this? It must be a vision. You know, that's not really where my brain goes. My brain just goes, why is this a power when it could easily not be? And so I think just describing it more, and like you could, I don't know exactly what they are or how they work, but if you did describe, you know, he's slowed to his inner perception while the time outside him remained the same. Autopilot took over, providing small talk to Seymour while his thoughts turned to Christmas, which was out of his reach. He thought of a Christmas that had never been flickered before his eyes, you know, or his prophetic vision took over, and he saw a Christmas that was yet to be. So yeah, I think just quite simply explaining it in that paragraph and as something that hasn't been or is yet to be, I think would work. They weren't daydreams or memories. No, they were visions. There's some stuff going on in the background that I didn't convey well. I'm spinning too many plates with this story. That's fair. Bread is nice, Kaylie 2025. Yeah, you can quote me on that. Bread is nice. Toast for the toasted toast. I definitely wanted him to come off as a wealthy, pretentious dude. Gotcha. Yeah, the special elevator doesn't go to the ground floor, but why go to the emergency steps? Exactly. Oh, good notes. I'm glad I can help. All right, to reach the end of the chat. Yeah, I think you have a great idea here, and like I hope I haven't discouraged you, because I would love to read more about these characters. I have questions I would like them answered. I would like to hear more about the answers as I keep reading what you write and everything. And so, yeah, there were some plates that you were spinning with this story and some questions and stuff, but like that's okay. Like, it's still an interesting tale, and I'm still curious about the characters and stuff. Rin's a bit less mature here, so he's putting on airs with all his fancy clothes. Gotcha. Nah, the opposite. I'm glad to hear that. Alrighty. Well, I think I'm gonna do a little break here, and then I will come back to read our last story after that. Did I answer all the questions you'd asked me now? I might have missed one. Were there 5 powers? were there 5 that I didn't see? And what does maker mean? Yeah, were there 5 powers? What does maker mean? Also, I love the Santa dress and Birkenstocks. The Birkenstocks are so, I don't know. What are the vibes of Birkenstocks? They're a particular vibe. I don't think they were described in the other story, but it's fun. Yes, there were 5 powers. I cut that scene too. Gotcha. Yeah, it can be really hard to know, because I think that, I mean, I've kind of already said it, but I think you were just struggling with what all do I include, because, you know, it was from 10,000 words, so I assume, well, obviously, there are a lot more, and so you were having to decide, what do I include, what do I not include? And I think it was just struggling with that. And that is a difficult skill. Like I said, I struggle myself with that, and so I don't blame you for struggling to figure that out. And I'll see if I can think of how to advise about that. But it's definitely like, because it can be really hard when it's your story and you know what's going on and you don't have the questions. It can be very hard to figure out what questions are people going to ask. But especially something like this, like thinking about like, okay, what is just the through line, the beginning, middle, and end, the arc of this particular story? What needs to be told to tell this arc? And so I guess you would go for something like, okay, the arc is that Rin is having a terrible Christmas with Legion Incorporated. Like, this is the summary. And granted, like, the story doesn't necessarily have a, like, oh, here's your setup and the problem, and here's, like, it getting addressed, and then here's the denouement. But that's part of why the ring thing works very well, because that's kind of the main problem and conflict that's set up, is like, the problem is he can't find his mother's ring. All right, he finds the ring and it's on an abusive witch's finger. How do we get it off? Okay, we cut her finger off. And then having those consequences would feel more like an arc, at least for that particular part of the story. So yeah, I guess that could work, of like thinking about, okay, all the readers need to know Like, Rin is this business exec for Legion Incorporated. He's having a sucky Christmas. And then kind of going, okay, like, is magic important to the story? Do we need to include it? If yes, what do I need to explain? If no, what do I need to leave off? You know, that kind of thing. Ghoulish says, we're at 3,100 bits. 900 bits will unlock if Kaylie is up for it. The Stardust says, they're demons, so Maker refers to the person who turned a human into a demon. It was a nod to vampire fiction. Gotcha. Interesting. That's definitely a very interesting concept, but also a very unique one. That's not something I've heard of a... Well, I mean, I guess it depends, because, like, in Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss, humans turn into demons, but through death, you know? So, definitely something that would need to be stated a little more directly, I think. Birkenstock seemed to be a hippie or slacker type of vibe to me. Fair. But, anywho, fun story, Stardust. Thank you so much for submitting. Okay, so do we want to do some kind of midstream question? Does anybody have any ideas for that? I guess, let me think. I have a thought. There is a comment that I have not said that could instead lead to maybe an interesting midstream question. Let's try this. I'm gonna put it over here so you don't see me formatting it and everything. You're welcome, Stardust. Oh yeah, so Wolf said maybe a feedback question about the event. We could do that as well. That could be like a bonus thing. Any feedback on the Christmas event? What? Let's move you up. Let's see. How do I want to introduce this? So, there's kind of this idea of write for yourself. I think I've talked about this before, but it's been a while. I used to write a lot of fan fiction, but my fan fiction never got much traction, never got very many comments. And it was really discouraging to spend months and months working really hard on something and then have no comments, not get to hear what anybody thought of it. And a friend of mine dealt with the same thing, and so we would kind of sometimes complain about it. And then a third friend of ours, whose fics got thousands of likes and comments, would be like, well, write for yourself. And we'd be like, we do. Like, we're writing it because we enjoy it. But it also sucks not to hear anything back. It also sucks to put all this work into it and then not get to hear what anybody thought of it. And I still stand by what we thought then, that, you know, you make a cake because you love baking, but then if nobody eats that cake, you're going to be sad. And you're allowed to be sad. But there is a skill in writing for yourself and being like, I enjoy this, and so regardless of what anybody else says, I like this, and I wrote this for me. that is a beautiful thing and a good thing and something that should be done and learned and stuff like that. But I felt like my dad had such an interesting comment as we were going through the stories yesterday. And he was saying that sometimes he feels like with, our weekly stories and stuff like that, it wasn't something like just for this week or anything like that. He said that sometimes it feels like the stories aren't written for the reader. And so I think he was kind of talking about it in terms of like, sometimes he'll feel very confused by a story and he'll feel like it wasn't written with the author thinking about like, readers who've never encountered my universe, like, are they going to understand this? And so he was saying it feels more like it was written just for the writer, just because the writer was like, this is cool and fun and enjoyable, and that's what I wanted to write, so I wrote it. And I thought that was really interesting because I've never heard of a writer writing for themselves in a more negative light. And so I feel like that's an interesting thing and I might like make it a challenge in the upcoming weeks of like, think about your reader specifically and write it for them rather than yourself and your own enjoyment. And so in light of all those different things, I am curious what you guys think. When you sit down to write a story, are you thinking, I love this and I'm enjoying writing this and I don't care what anybody thinks, for good or for ill? Or are you going, what does the reader think? I don't care what I think. I just want the readers to love it. I feel like there are pitfalls on both sides, which is part of why I thought it was a curious thought. And so, and it kind of goes back to what I was saying with the first story of like, like for me, there are ways that you can take this premise and use it in a lot more impactful ways. And so it's kind of this question of like, hey, did the authors write this just for themselves and their own enjoyment? And is that completely fine? Does that make for a great story? Or would the story have been improved if they were thinking more about like, what's going to impact the reader and stuff like that? And so I don't know if I'm phrasing it well, but yeah, think about all the things that I just said. Keep all that in mind as you answer the question. But yes, I will turn on some tunes and then we can go. Let's see. Well, that is a weird, jaunty little song. Oh, not that one. Oh, righty. Let's see what folks have been saying. Oh, actually, let's sit down. Let's sit down.
Yeah, kitty. I got a kitty. I think you can see him. Oh, there's the kitty. Yeah. There he is. He's precious.
Alright. Foggy says, I tend to write for others to showcase or explore my own ideas that I want to share. Writing is a give and take since writers are ultimately aiming to publish works readers can relate to. Very fair. Massa says, how to answer the question. I've written things that I never intended for others to read. I rarely ever finish them, but it is stuff that I tend to write for purely personal reasons that I'm not sure people would get. I can sometimes get some ideas that I'm not always willing to share, but I do want to get them out of my head. Having said, I'm far more open to writing for a more public audience. Getting some kind of feedback helps, whether it is to help improve my own skills or even just an encouragement to keep going with the thing. Being in the writing group has really opened me up to this, and I really now look forward to it. Aw, I'm glad to hear that. Kitty boo. This one feels less like something to respond to, because it's just people sharing their personal views and stuff.
Trago said, I'm not even watching the stream today, but I opened it to see a question. Now I gotta answer, because I've already talked about it 1,500 lots of numbers of times, so I gotta do it one more. Wolf says, I think as a writer, you have to do a little bit of both. If you write exclusively for yourself, you get more attached to certain story elements that might hold the story back. If you write exclusively for others, the story is more impersonal and can make a story feel more artificial. Granted, I think most authors lean towards one more than the other. I personally think of myself as writing for the audience, especially audiences familiar with certain mythologies, folklore, and tropes. A lot of the time, this does come back to bite me because I assume the audience is already familiar with certain elements that I don't have to explain. Christmas feedback, I think we should have maybe considered writing style for pairings. My partner and I talked about ideas, but never ended up putting any words on paper. Ah, interesting. I don't know why I would be. I did not change the mic at all.
Hi. Hello, kitty. Oh, I get purpose.
You make a really good point about
Hi.
I think that's one of tired Kaylie is coming out. I mean, I can like move my stuff around and try to get the mic closer. Yeah, I think you make a great point about like if you're just writing for yourself and not thinking about the reader, then you might get really attached to certain elements that hold the story back. And I think that is one of the benefits of the writing group and being able to write different parts of the story for the different prompts. Like, it does have its problems of it potentially being confusing for newcomers and stuff like that, but you're able to go, the readers are able to go, like this doesn't really work, and so then you can think about how to rework that before it's actually in novel form. And stuff, and so that's very fair. And then a great point about if you're just writing for others, well, then it's not about what you love and your passion, and so it'll come through that you're not as passionate about these things, or it might just like pander to certain tropes and stuff like that, because that's what the people want. It says, I pretty much write for myself, keeping in the back of my mind that this might be the first micro-story that someone reads. That's very fair. I've written so many stories that no one else has read, and while many are ones I'd like to get published, hopefully soon, there's some which will likely fit into Jacob Geller's concept of art for no one. I've not heard of that, but that sounds interesting. And that is an interesting perspective of going, I would like people to read this, but I need to keep in mind that people might not. And so I think that's kind of the good thing to keep in mind regarding the write for yourself thing, where it's like, wanting others to read it is not a problem, but keeping in mind, like, okay, I need to understand they might not as much as I want them to, is sad, but can be a good thing to remind yourself of. Higa says, I write because I want to share my visions with the world. So I try to write in a way that would be understandable and enjoyable to whoever reads it. Assuming it's even to their taste, of course. That is very fair. As it says, this was the Christmas event. I really liked it. It was great to collaborate on our story again after like 10 years, and I'm eager to do more. Being a verbose writer, I'd like more words next time, but I recognize that that's probably not reasonable since the stories being too long would hinder them being read. Very fair. Hello, Coffee Quills. Missed the event. Sounds like it was fun, though. Well, yeah, we're probably going to be doing more, so if you join our Discord, then you can participate in other events. Why do you have a mute sign next to you? Oh, watching without audio. Okay, interesting. Yes, there are weekly writing groups on Discord, indeed. Yes. I mean, you can't really hear me, but it is nice to see a new face around. Nightwolf says, before I became a writer, I was interested in programming and specifically making games to make people happy. But then I kind of realized that I enjoy making stories for the games more than the coding part. And I said to myself, well, if I can't bring people joy through video games, I can do it through writing. So when I write, I want my story to be enjoyable to read. I fail at that most of the time, but I also write for myself to reach a point where I can tell the stories I want. Aww. Well, that is a really sweet goal of bringing joy to people through your storytelling. About the Christmas event, I think it was fun. I'm definitely interested in doing something like it again. Nice. We will talk about Valentine's at the end. I do want to talk about what the next event's going to be and if it's going to be a Valentine's thing, a more general thing, or something else. Drago says, I tend to write, well, it's complicated. I write because I want to get the story in my head to get out. I write because I want to share the story with others. Most importantly, I started writing because I was frustrated with a lack of very specific story I wanted to read. I'm literally this meme about fanfic writers going, fine, I'll do it myself. There's a catch. I'm freaking unable to write for myself. If I won't share something, then why bother writing something down? I can just daydream my way through a perfect cinematic movie. I need feedback. I need attention to keep going. Where is the dopamine, my ADHD brain? I feel no dissatisfaction from simply finishing the piece. Though I must say, I have written some small things for myself, mostly dispersed scenes and ideas for me to remember later. Then I read my unpublished notes from before 2 years, and I'm like, oh, I have forgotten about that. What a cool idea passed me. But I was never able to write anything longer. So for who am I writing? And well, for you, aka for Amita. Mostly for you, Auntie, and for Mako and my friends. It's funny because I feel anxious about sharing my stories with the wider public, like AO3 or Tumblr. I'm afraid of losing control. I don't know how to explain it. So now I'm writing specifically for the few people that are interested in my characters, for my little personal audience that are invested in my blurbos. That is fair. That's a really nice in-depth answer there. And I don't know, but I feel like there's like a quote or something about like writers having their own personal demons that they want to exercise, or it's like, I have a story in here and I need it on the page. I do love that. And yeah, I think I've talked about that before, where it's like, even if I get one review, even if I have one person who's reading my stories every week, I am happy to still write them for that one person. But if I can't even get one person, then that's a problem for me. And like, I mean, this kind of goes back to my advice from a while ago of creating a document where you just put your notes or just any random weird ideas you come up with. And so like, I have that document and have had it for years. And so for many years, I kept this story close to my chest and did not write it for others. And so I very much am writing it for myself, because clearly I spent years doing so. Like, I have proof of that. But like, having people actually interested in my characters and wanting to read about them is just so much more fun and satisfying than just writing them for myself. I guess for me, it's more of a, like, if I do share it, I need at least one review. I need at least one comment. Otherwise, it's not worth sharing to me. But as long as I just get that one person reading it, then I'm happy with that. And I'm happy that I can be one of those people for you, Drago. Mood, anti-mood. Fair. Demons I want to exercise. Put those demons on the track. On the treadmill. I'm sure somebody's done that joke of a bunch of demons at the gym exercising.
The more you write a story, the more you just etch it into your brain.
Kitty. Go get.
This is why I spam DM to my friends to get comments out of them. Fair. Yes, very much a mood of like, friend, please comment on my story. This is getting that one comment. That's why I like smaller microfics. It's easier and quicker to read and then react to and express your thoughts in response. Very true. Very true. And that's part of why I'm realizing I think I forgot to include that for this week, but that's why I have that tag of like 0 to 1 reviews or like need some love. Because if I feel that way, I bet you that other people feel that way too. If like, I just need at least one. And so it makes me sad when I see people who don't even have one comment and then a story that already has 5 comments then getting a 6th. And so that's why I have that to kind of tell people like, give this person some love, you know, they need at least their one comment, you know. But anywho.
You still purring, kitty? Aw, he purring.
All right, well, I think it may be time to go on to our third story. No, hold on. Okay. I appreciate that, Earth.
Okie dokie.
Uh-oh. Do I need to blow my nose? I think it would be safer to try, just in case. Hold on.
Kitty. Can I sit back down with you, kitty?
Release the sneezels, that's right.
Nightwolf has to go to bed, but it was great to have you. I read that as we released the schnitzels and had a very funny visual of Kaylie sneezing deep fried pork cutlets. Amazing. Okay, let's do this. Rekindled Kindness by Deathshead 419 and Reinkarnitor. 3,500 words. A frigid wind blew through the Hedwick forest, chilling Vanine to the bone. She shivered, rubbing her arms as she trudged through the knee-high snow. Icy droplets fell on her from the tree branches above, for though all was frozen and the sky clear, the world conspired to rain on her all the same. She paused to cough, feeling lightheaded. A hand landed on her shoulder, her so-called friend, Warren of Preston, asking, "Are you going to be all right?" "We'll find out on this march, won't we?" Vanine retorted, pushing her hand away. "Please, if you're too cold, tell me. I could lend you one of my coats." Warren jostled the bag over her shoulder. "Leave her to her misery," Noltuna, the bastard of Bristol, said through chattering teeth. The arrogant braggart stepped into view, bundled in 4 layers of cloth and earmuffs while still shivering. "She didn't want your generous loan to buy a cloak. She clearly wants to suffer." "I didn't want to be indebted to someone I'm unsure if I still consider a friend," Vanine thought bitterly, biting her tongue and instead glaring right at Ultuna. "We wouldn't be freezing here at all if your plan hadn't fallen apart. And how was I meant to know that the Brambler farmstead would be abandoned? It's just outside Bristol, and it was your idea to go to him for a slate of Freston," Vanine snapped. "I thought even a creepy moron like you would know your own hometown." "Settle down, you two. It was a mistake," Warren said, holding out her hands as though to separate them. "I don't believe that any of us were trying to make one another miserable." "Ultuna has done nothing but make my life miserable," Vanine thought, turning away and resuming her march. "Come on, let's get moving. We'll freeze if we stand still." "Finally, some sense," Ultuna muttered. The cold deepened as they marched silently along the forest road. The only signs of life in the skeletal forest were a few patches of mistletoe and the tracks of a deer. The forest grew hilly, the grade cutting through the forest slopes and bridging gullies. And then at last they arrived at a tunnel through the heart of the largest hill. A tunnel completely filled with snow. Vanine stared at the wall of snow, the last dregs of her patience draining away. "Oh no," Warren said, horrified. "I had no idea." "You dragged us 12 miles into this frozen forest to a dead end," Vanine said in a dead voice. "You dragged us 12 miles into this frozen forest to a dead end," Vanine said in a dead voice. "Yeah, you can't think I did that on purpose," Warren said, sounding hurt. "I'm your friend." "Well, that's just peachy," Noltuna muttered. "I don't suppose you know a way around." Vanine sniffed. A warm aroma of roasting meat and spices on the wind. "Do you smell that?" "Smell what?" Warren asked. "All I smell is rot," Noltuna muttered. "There's food nearby. I can smell it." "Vanine, there's nothing anywhere near here." "I can smell it." "She's gone mad," Noltuna laughed. "Or madder, since she's been crazed all along." "Then, this way," Vanine snapped, clambering up the frozen side of the road and onto the slope. There, between the trees, stood an inn or some other way station, with bright windows, smoke curling from the chimney, and the promise of a meal. "I knew it." "That's impossible," Warren gasped. "Vanine, this must be a witch's trick or some other magic." "You've both led us to disaster," Vanine said shortly, marching through the snow towards the inviting door. "Now, you both follow me." A single candle flickered atop the old and heavy door like an ornament, and into the wood itself words were carved. "From dawn of time, I'll never fade. I am the birth of an age." "Rather dramatic," Ultuna muttered. Vanine ignored him and pushed the door open. Instantly, they're surrounded by the smell of delicious food and drink, warmth, laughter, and a crowd stranger than any of them had ever seen. There were normal humans in the tavern, but then again, there are also beings that had no human resemblance at all. Beings that looked like terrors from the night. Beings that could have come from the heavens themselves. Wern and Noltuna instinctively reached for their weapons upon seeing the patrons, but one sharp look from Vanine made them reconsider. They reluctantly let go of their sword hilts again. At the very end of the traveler's room was a bar, and Vanine decided to head there first. If anyone could give them answers about this place's weirdness, it would certainly be the one behind the counter. Upon closing in on the bar, Vanine identified the figure behind it as a young man with light brown hair and blue eyes. He wore a white shirt, black pants, and a green apron with "The Wanderer" written upon it in gold letters. That, and the fact that he was wearing glasses, led Vanine to believe that he must be quite wealthy. Not just anyone could afford imprinting a simple apron with words, and as far as she knew, only nobility had the means to get their hands on monocles and glasses. At the same time, his shoes seemed to be riddled with holes, eaten by worms. "Welcome to the Wanderer," the man greeted when she rang one of the golden bells on the counter. "My name is Claw, and I'm the innkeeper. What can I get you?" "Hey, may I ask a question?" "Sure thing." "What is this place? How can this inn be here in this frozen wasteland?" Claw smirked. "I guess you came from a pretty bad place, huh? This inn doesn't just stand in one spot." He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "I can't really explain how it works, but the Wanderer appears in many places, in many worlds, usually when you need it the most." Wern, who has been listening from behind, narrowed her eyebrows. "When needed most?" she asked skeptically. "Well, didn't we?" Vanine asked her companion in return, to which she nodded slightly. "All I can tell you is that you'll be safe here for as long as you like, and once you go back outside, you will be where you entered," Claw explained, and handed the three visitors 3 wooden plates with paper pinned on them. "Our menus. Choose whatever you want to order, and I'll get back to you." This was all a bit much to take in for the 3. They sat down at the bar and looked over the so-called menu, but Vanine's gaze soon started to sway over all the unusual patrons. Upon the countertop sat a little white fox, which was gently humming a musical tone while sipping on some peppermint tea. A skeleton came through the door and joined a giant lizard at a table. And then she turned to her right and looked directly into the red eyes of a young man with long silver hair, sitting next to her on the counter. Taking it all in, I see. I get it. It's a weird place, isn't it?" He offered her his hand for a shake, and after a moment of perplexion, she accepted it. "The name's Ree. This one next to me is Jamori." He introduced himself and a young woman sitting next to him, who Vanine hadn't even noticed. While Ree was wearing a simple black coat and some form of hat, Jamori had an elaborate and expensive-looking outfit, mostly because of the many purple fabrics which matched the color of the 2 horns on her head. Her also silver hair, which was messy compared to Ree's, swayed as she turned towards the 3 knights, her orange eyes almost glowing as she took them in. For some reason, the 3 felt kind of uneasy under her gaze, indifferent as it may have been. "You are in much pain," Jamori suddenly said towards Vanine. "I feel fine, thank you." She tried to ease the horned girl's mind. "Pain in your heart, in your soul." Vanine was baffled. Jamori then looked at Wern and Oltuna. "One tries to change, one never will." "Dear, please don't pry on their personal matters," Ree asked the silver-haired girl, and she nodded quietly. "Sorry," she simply said, and went back to the plate in front of her, which was full of cookies. She was just about to put one into her mouth when her gaze shifted back to Vanine. She suddenly reached over Ree and placed the delicious sweet before the knight. "Here, it's tasty." Vanine blinked in surprise, the nice aroma making her stomach rumble, and leaned forward. A strong hand grabbed her shoulder. "Careful," Wern said. "It's dangerous to accept food from fairies." Ree couldn't help but wheeze at that remark. "Jamori, a fairy!" The woman beside him frowned when Ree said that. First time her facial expression changed since Vanine first saw her. "That's not funny, Ree." Sorry. Just such a dumb thing to say.
This whole affair is stupidity itself, Altuna snapped, reaching over and smacking the cookie from Jamori's fingers. We ought never to have entered this foul place. Foul may be, since you stepped in, Ree murmured into his coffee mug. What was that? Altuna hissed, jumping up from his stool. I called you a terrible person, Ree calmly answered. Vanine snorted, while Wern gasped in shock. Altuna, though, turned beet red. He slid a glove from his hand, marching up to Ree and slapped him across the face with the glove. You have insulted me, and I demand satisfaction. I won't satisfy someone like you. If you don't like it here, then leave, he calmly said, while rubbing his cheek. Then you are a coward! Altuna drew his sword with a hiss of steel on leather and put the point to Ree's chest. And I will strike you down! With one swift move, Ree was off his stool, black cane in hand. Do you really think this is wise? Ree asked the arrogant knight. Altuna, stop at once, Wern hissed. You're skating on thin ice. I won't back down from a challenge, Altuna retorted. Apologize for your insult, or I will make you regret it. Insult? You're acting like a naughty child. Ree turned the knob of his cane and drew a blade hidden inside. The wanderer had gone quiet by now. The white fox had stopped his music. The conversations had ended. Claw watched the scene unfold from behind the bar. Vanine glanced at the barkeep, hissing, Do you have a bouncer or some other way of stopping this? Altuna's out for blood. That won't be necessary, Claw said, without a care in the world. There's no way Ree will be harmed. Vanine bit her lip, for though she was loath to give the bastard of Bristol any credit... she didn't think that his opponent had much chance. Her suspicions seemed justified, for Altuna lunged right at Ree's heart, and the young man barely parried the thrust. Altuna moved like lightning into the next attack, slashing sideways and getting under Ree's guard, sending him reeling backwards. If you keep this up, it won't end well for you, Ree tried to reason and swung his blade at him. Altuna ignored the warning, batting away Ree's feeble attack and countering, uttering in disgust, At least the gut rat has poise. You are pathetic. A final attack sent Ree backwards into an empty stool, the young man stumbling over and losing his blade. Altuna put his sword to Ree's throat, his lips parting to under a demand of submission. Yet the point stopped and jittered a half-inch from Ree's skin. Altuna's sword started to glow brightly violet before shattering into 1,000 tiny pieces. Vanine could barely believe what she was witnessing. What was that? What just happened? You dare to threaten him? A voice rang out from behind her. When Vanine turned around, she saw Jamori, floating in the air, surrounded by energy like she had never felt before. This wasn't magic. It wasn't a trick. This was power, in its rawest form, destruction itself, as if someone took death and gave it a form. Purple light and smoke surrounded Altuna as he was picked up and held in midair. I knew it, Altuna shrieked. Fairy trickery! I will disintegrate you. You really think you have any value left within your pathetic flesh-sack body? Jamori's voice was full of hatred, and her hands started to emanate a bright light, when suddenly it was grappled. Jamori, don't! The weak voice was Ree's. He had stopped the woman just before she was able to complete whatever she had planned to do with the night. Put him down! Wern cried, jumping from her stool. Wern, no, don't! Vanine said, reaching out and grabbing her friend's hand before she could draw her own sword and follow Utuna's idiocy. How dare you! Do you know what family I'm from? Altuna shouted, glaring at Ree. Ree ignored him and gently brought Jamori back on the wooden floor of the inn. You are not your power, Jamori. It doesn't control you. You control it. She looked at him, and her blazing eyes went back to normal. Altuna landed on his face with a loud thud. He groaned, pushing himself to his feet. Upon looking at his shattered sword, his lips trembled. He drew his dagger, pointing the blade at Jamori. That sword was enchanted by the masters at Fregan, and a gift from my father, acknowledging me... Suddenly, he was cut off. The walls of the inn itself shook.
It was then when a mighty voice sounded through the entire building. "Who dares to draw their sword in me? Who set their inner Scrooge then free? Do you understand that this will mean your end?" Can it be true? Vanine thought. Be rid of the bastard of Bristol? Her eyes flicked to Wern, her friend having turned ghostly white. With a sigh, she rose as well and said softly, "Please don't kill him." "Many armies came to me, tried to put me on my knees, but I would never falter or fall, stood strong throughout it all. If it is death and hate you seek, within me you'll just one thing meet, a promise that I keep for eternity." "Please," Wern whispered, looking between the barkeep, Ree, and Jamori. "Please, I beg of you on his behalf, don't kill him." Ree shook his head in a motion that made it clear that neither he nor anyone else, even Claw himself, could have changed what was about to come. "From the dawn of time I have stood here. I swore that I'll never fade. Is it time for me to remind you that I am the birth of an age? I'm the one who cares. I'm the one who is fair. I'm the Wanderer." With that, Ultuna lost the floor under his feet, was dragged towards the door at high speed. He desperately tried to hang on to anything, but it was hopeless. The invisible force catapulted him out into the snow, and the door swung shut with a loud bang, as the patrons erupted in laughter. Vanine breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Wern hadn't witnessed Ultuna's death. Her friend, though, seemed less reassured. Wern turned to the barkeep, her voice hoarse. "What just happened to him?" "The Wanderer threw him out. He's forbidden from ever entering this place again," Claw answered while cleaning a mug, as if such a thing was a common occurrence. "Then he is alive?" Wern asked. "For the invocation, I thought—" "What a drama queen this place is," a voice sounded from behind her, and upon turning around she saw it was Ree, who, aided by his cane and Jamori, came over to them again. It would never kill anyone. "You ought to forgive someone for assuming the worst, given the words I heard," Wern said. "I'm sure they understand," Vanine said. "Now come on, let's have lunch." "No, we need to make sure Ultuna is all right." "He'll be fine. He's bundled against the cold, and if we bring him a hot meal from here, we'll be able to reach the other side of Hedwick Forest." Vanine glanced at the barkeep. "It'd be all right to bring him a meal." "Sure, 1 meal to go. What'll you have?" "Plate of fried potatoes with egg and a cup of chocolate," Vanine said. What would you have, Wern?" "But is it all right to eat in here while poor Ultuna freezes? Wern, he's a jerk, an impetuous ass who's quick to violence and cares nothing for other people except what he can get out of them. That's not quite fair, is it?" Wern asked, her eyes flicking to Jamori. The strange horned girl stared back, her eyes burning like flames. "You are in pain, but not much like your friend. You are in pain of choice, a choice that should be obvious." Jamori's gaze next shifted to Vanine. "Your pain has eased. Have you perhaps realized who can change?" More like I saw the bastard of Bristol get his comeuppance, Vanine thought. Yet after a moment she realized that Jamori was right. "Because I feared that Wern would always see Ultuna as someone faultless, part of the club." Vanine nodded, a tentative smile on her lips. "I always knew she could, but I feared that she would not." Ree sighed. "Wern, it was Wern, right? You should realize that this guy is out there for a good reason. As I understand it, you are knights. I've studied quite a few knight orders in my time, and isn't it the main rule to be noble and selfless?" "But," Wern glanced at the door, "he's a knight in good standing, and we've worked together before." "And did you enjoy his company?" Vanine asked. "Really enjoy spending time with him?" Wern blinked, her gaze growing distant. Jamori placed her hand on Wern's shoulder, surprisingly gentle gesture of the before-so-fierce girl. "Wern, true worth stems not from the strength of one's standing, but the strength of one's heart." "I guess Ultuna isn't the nicest member of our order," Wern said evenly. And she glanced at the barkeep, seeming, if not relaxed, then resigned. "What would you recommend for a newcomer?" The cold light of the stars glared down on Ultuna, leaves visible in the circle he had walked in the snow. The knight muttered to himself as he trudged around and around in front of the inn. Rage filled him as he thought of the arrogant man who had not just so who not just so cowardly insulted him, but hidden behind the power of a fairy. Stupid, stupid thing, Altuna growled, flexing the fingers of his right hand, his glove lost inside the inn. Owe me a sword, an apology, and now a glove too. The stillness of the snowy evening was broken when the door clattered open. Altuna looked up, watching in disbelief as Wern and Vanine stepped outside, both looking cheerful and waving back into the inn as happy voices echoed from inside. Altuna stomped out of the circle he had carved, racing towards the door, which had earlier rejected him. He was barely 3 paces away when Wern let the door clatter shut. Like a sigh in the wind, the bright windows and firm walls grew translucent, and then faded away like smoke on a breeze. Damnation! Altuna screamed, making Wern and Vanine jump. Those fairy freaks got away with everything! They returned to where they're needed, Wern said, holding out a bag. Here, this is what you might have eaten with us if you hadn't been so rude. They were rude, Altuna snapped, swatting the bag away. Now how do I get back inside? You don't, Vanine said shortly. This is absurd. A scandal. Stop, Wern said, holding out her hand. We need to get moving again. Do you want your food or not? Well, Altuna bit his tongue, a wave of hunger coming over him. After a moment's hesitation, he seized the bag. Fine. Let's forget this ever happened. Vanine nodded, resuming her march with Wern at her side. Altuna felt a chill in his fingers, swallowing as he said, Did either of you pick up my glove? My hand is cold. You lost it, fair and square, Wern said shortly. It was hardly fair and... Shut up, Vanine snapped without turning around. Altuna waited for Wern to rebuke her friend for speaking so rudely. When Wern instead put one of her coats on Vanine's shoulder, he understood that he would be waiting for the rest of his life. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Why we posted a creepy gif Reinkarnitor. Riek says, well read, thanks. I'm glad to hear it. And if you guys want to talk about like which parts are to be read, you can feel free to talk about that. If you have any more questions, then don't hesitate to share them. I don't think you had questions in the when you posted the story, but let's look. Nope. No particular comments. I see, says I reacted with eyes on my last message. All right. Okie dokie. You're gonna ask, can you figure out which parts are mainly written by Deathshead and which by me? Well, it flowed really well, so there was nothing that felt like, like this was definitely a different author. Like it flowed into each other. I would guess that I'm pretty dang sure that the first part was written by Deathshead because it's all his characters. I would guess that either you wrote a lot of the middle or that you guys did kind of a role play thing back and forth where like you would write what your characters would say and then Deathshead would write what his characters would say. So not sure about your method, but those are my guesses. I see true and also true. I assume true that Deathshead wrote the beginning and true that you guys went back and forth. Thank you for the cheer, Marks. Oh, the end was written by Deathshead mostly as well. Oh yeah, the where they're back in the woods, of course. There was only one clue, and I only noticed it on this reading. And so I'm curious if it's just me seeing something and nothing, or if it actually was a clue. But like
there were quite a few retorteds, and then there was one section where it was said. And knowing this part is Deathshead, I assume that the parts that were all the retorteds were Deathshead, and the said was Rink. Correct, I teed up the story, Reinkarnitor said at the scene in the inn, and we went back and forth until I closed it up. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, if we do another partner story event, then that I feel like that's good advice to do it in that kind of role play fashion where it's just like, you know, one author writes this, and the other author, I keep saying character, writes the response, and you just like do a back and forth. Alright, Hiru. Well, let's just get started. So I do have a critique for the beginning. So let me pull up the Google Doc. So the Google Doc here had this whole like intro with summaries of the characters and stuff like that. And I was thinking when I saw that, I'm like, okay, like that's fine to have that to like inform your readers and stuff like that. But I was like, please don't tell me that I'm going to need to read this to understand the story. Because the story itself should be understood just by the story itself. And when I started reading, I was kind of feeling like that was true. I was kind of feeling like I needed to read that to understand who the characters were. And it's weird because on a second read, like, everything makes sense and it flows quite well. I think it's just too many names thrown at us when we don't know who these characters are too fast. Especially with something like her so-called friend Werner Freston. The, like, of Freston really doesn't matter. And then the so-called friend creates, like, questions and stops you up a little bit. And so I think that, you know, maybe starting with, you know, 3 knights wandered through the forest. Vanine, say something about her personality, you know, and maybe something about her clothes. And then Wern, who was once her friend, but she wasn't sure if she was anymore. Something about her. And then Ultuna, the bastard of Bristol, bundled up in 4 coats, you know, waddling around the snow, something like that. I feel like even something like that would really help introduce the characters. I don't know if that kind of thing feels too laundry listy, if it's like, but there are so much more creative ways to introduce characters than being like, hello, 3 characters walk through the forest. But I do think something like that would help me differentiate between the 3 a bit faster. And I do think Bastard of Brestil is actually a great intro, because it probably, considering the time period this is based off of, it probably literally just means that he's literally a bastard. But it also fits his personality. And so, like, hey, yo, this guy's a bastard, works really well as an intro and really, like, made him stand out even from the beginning. So I'll praise that one for sure. Throws 3 characters in the snow. You exist now! Amazing. So I am curious, what did you guys think in the chat? Were you also confused, or were you like, no, I could pretty easily keep track of who was who? I guess I'll talk about this now. I could talk about it basically at any time, but I think you have a good arc with Wern here, Wern and Vanine, that Vanine thinks that Wern is just going to keep defending Ultuna and being nice to him when he's being a jerk, and she is kind of like, hey, like, you don't have to be nice to him, or, you know, you that kind of thing. And I think that's what you were going for with the so-called friend thing. However, when I read that, other than, like, just kind of being lost and confused the first time, when I read so-called friend, I'm not thinking, like, she's a little too nice to a jerk. That's not really generally why someone is like, I don't know if you're my friend. And so I think that either taking the so-called friend stuff out and then instead focusing more on, like having Wern say this, like, hey, if you're too cold, I could lend you one of my coats. Then have, like, Vanine roll her eyes and think, like, she was always nice to him, even when he was a jerk. Like, even stating it simply like that Vanine is like, ugh, why does she keep being nice to him? Would really set up the conflict of the story super well. Another thing that you could do is you could expand more on the so-called friend thing and explain why she's thinking, like, I don't know if you're my friend or not, rather than just stating it. So I really like what you're doing with that. I feel like it just needed to be set up a little bit more to be that complete arc. And then I do like the, him being, his teeth chattering even though he's super bundled up. That's great. I like the whole thing about, I think it would, even you would know your hometown. I am curious why they didn't turn around when the farm was a bust. But I like that. And I like Vanine setting up that she is not a fan of Ultuna. I think that worked. I do feel like having Wern, like, be more directly leading them, like she's in the front and being like, this way, guys, I think would help. Because, like, even here, like, Vanine is the one who's marching, and so it doesn't really seem like Wern is the leader. So I think having Wern be like, come on, we'll freeze if we don't keep going, and her leading the front would help it seem more like she dragged them. Because as is, I just kind of am like, okay, I didn't really see her as dragging them, but I guess she did, Really like how the Wanderer is introduced. I can feel like, oh, that sounds so nice. Even from the intro. Ad incoming. And I do like Vanine being like, hey, you led us to the farm that couldn't help us, the farm that was abandoned. You led us to a dead end. I'm leading us to the nice smell of food. I think that's great. I really like the promise of a meal. I think that's great. I think Ultuna's personality is really well done. The whole time, like, he's not, like, the worst of the worst. He's just kind of a jerk the whole time. I think it's well written. Oh yeah, I was wondering also, is the candle literally, like, on top of the door? Like, as in, the door will close and knock the candle off, kind of, on top of the door? Why is there a candle on top of the door? Ad went away. Are you coming back, Ad?
Hi, kitty. You're cute. You're cute.
I don't get the reference. But Cooler says, this is Bob. Say hi, Bob. Hi, Bob. There's the ad.
Well, I got a kitty behind me. We can show this kitty. He's super cute. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, you will. Pretty boy.
There's also a kitty on the table, but I do not want to disturb her.
This one can be disturbed.
Glad you're still hanging around, Coffee. Waves.
You're so cute. Yes, he does. He's happy to be on the Azure throne. Aren't you? Aren't you, Bobby?
About the you exist now, Father. Why do we exist? Just to suffer.
Oh no, Bella. Oh no, Bella sneeze. Oh no. I didn't disturb you, but you disturbed yourself. Baby kitty.
I saw Reinkarnitor said, well, the candle kind of perched next to the door. It represents the wanderer's soul, its spirit. That's why it can never go out. Well, that is cool. But I thought it said, yeah, why does it say atop the old heavy door if it's next to the door? That feels like the wrong description if it's just next to it. I do really like how for Claw, like I doubt he's all that wealthy. I think it's probably just that he's from modern times or has visited modern times, and so he can get an embroidered apron and glasses without much trouble. But for the time that Vanine comes from, she's like, oh yeah, like those are really hard to get. And so she thinks he's wealthy. That works super well. Now, what did you guys think? What was the image you guys got for this shoes image? What did you think was trying to be described there? Because when I first read it, I actually was very confused by it because I was like, wait, if he's wealthy, and I didn't realize that he was from modern day at this point, I was just like, okay, if he's wealthy, and I'm taking what she's saying at first value, why in the world would he have ratty shoes? why in the world would he have chewed up, worm-eaten shoes? And I looked at the comments. The shoes are Crocs. That's cute and hilarious, and I love it. But I feel like, and I understand why you went for eaten by worms. Like, that does make sense as what you might go for somebody who has never seen them before. But I do think it's that worm-eaten thing that is actually an issue. And the thing is that Crocs, like, I feel like the holes look intentional. Because they don't look chewed up. And that's definitely the image I got, is they look super ratty and chewed up. But that's not actually what the image is. That's actually not what's going on. They don't look chewed up at all. It's just that they have a bunch of holes in them. And so, let's see. Yeah, so even just saying his shoes were covered in weird holes, I think would work better to me than eaten by worms. Another thing you could do is have her ask and have her be like, what happened to your shoes? And have him be like, that's just the style of the time, you know? Or like, it's a fashion statement. Or Or, I mean, I guess you could even have him say, I don't know if it's a problem to say a name brand in a story, but, you know, you like them, they're Crocs, or something like that. I think could work. I know you didn't really have any words, but if you took words out somewhere else, that could work well. I know that Katie made a joke on the document of the, what are those? But that feels like literally what they would be saying. What are those? Or what happened to your shoes? You know, kind of thing. Anywho. Oh yeah, I did agree with the comment on this that having him like distracted washing glasses would make sense as to why he doesn't acknowledge them the moment that they enter. But Claw is just seems like a very optimistic, happy little guy, and I enjoy him. Especially the Crocs add to the vibes. And then I totally understand, in general, why you picked the Wanderer for the crossover thing. I feel like if we do more partner stories, I feel like Reink is going to have to go around and partner with everybody, and all our characters are going to have to visit the Wanderer at some point. But it's just a perfect thing for crossovers. It works really well. The little white fox is cute. I did read the note after I finished, and I do think it's cute that the fox is the DJ, or the fox is like the jukebox. That's really cute. Oh yeah, am I pronouncing Jamori right? Is it Gemori? I think you described the characters well and introduced them well. Granted, I was more familiar with the Wanderer characters than these particular characters of Deathshead's. But I think that they were introduced pretty well, that you could understand who they are and their distinctness. And then I like Jamori being, you know, mysterious and stuff. I am curious how I was meant to read this, and if I read any of her lines right in the first place, because I was reading as this, like, looking into her soul, kind of, one tries to change, the other never will, kind of thing, and, like, I kind of was like, here, it's tasty, but I don't know if you meant it to, like, really be, like, here, it's tasty, you know, really drop out of that. I like how the knights view them as fairies. That totally makes sense as to how they think of them. Not really sure why that's so funny to Ri and why it's not funny to Jamori. But I do think their reactions work, even if I don't fully understand them. And then I do like the whole, like, foul maybe when you stepped in. What was that? I called you a terrible person. I love the fact that he's just honest to his face. I think the whole escalating of conflict works super well. So here's the thing. So one of my biggest, like, I don't know, it's not one of my biggest critiques for the piece is that both Jamori and the Wanderer react late. And something else regarding the Wanderer reacting is that the only reason that the Wanderer cites for being like, I'm kicking you out and never to come back, is that he drew a weapon. But Ri also drew a weapon. It says right here, Ri turned the knob of the cane and drew a blade hidden inside. Granted, he didn't start the fight, but if the only problem is you can't draw a weapon inside the Wanderer, then Ri also should be getting kicked out at this point. And I do like, though, like, hey, Ultima's out for blood, we should, like, get him out. And then Claw's like, oh no, like, the god of chaos is at his side, he is fine. He will not be harmed. It would have been nice to see Ree actually fight him, though, that would have been kind of fun. Oh yeah, so here's Jamori reacting. And, like, he has been threatened long before this point. Let's see. Like, I'll make you regret it, I think was the... let's see. You've insulted me, I demand satisfaction, was kind of the start of everything. But, I'll make you regret it is, no, I will strike you down, actually. That's the first threat. So, like, there's where the threats start. And there's where she reacts. So, I like the whole conversation. I would not recommend taking it out. But it does feel odd that it feels like Jamori was kind of dozing for a bit. And then all of a sudden woke up and was like, wait a second, my boy is being threatened. And if that's what you meant, then that's kind of cute. But I do think it would need to be described that she dozed off a little bit. Because otherwise it seems a little odd that he's been threatening her for a couple pages. And then only late does she react. Also, this is cute and sweet, but it does feel a bit like an odd reaction, because it's like, well, no, she's not being controlled by her power right now. You were insulted, and so she took action. Like, this is Jamori. This is her reacting, not her power suddenly going haywire. Yeah, so there's the who dares to draw their sword in me. Yeah, so if that's not the only problem, if it was something else that was the problem, then I feel like that being described either in the dialogue or in the narration itself would be helpful, because this is the only reason we're given for why he's getting kicked out. I do like that the Wanderer does do something. Like I said, they drew their swords way earlier than this, and so it does feel like, if that's the only reason, the Wanderer is quite late in reacting. But I do like that it reacts, that it's not any patron who is like, hey, you're being a meanie, like, let's not. It's the Wanderer themselves who is like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna stand for this inside of me. I want to be a nice, happy place, so, get out. And I like the image of, like, pulling him along the floors and stuff. And I do like that, you know, the Wanderer does say something about his end, and so I think it works well that they're like, you're gonna kill him? We don't like him, but don't kill him. And Claw's like, no, he's fine. Like, the Wanderer's nice. And then it's nice that they still bring him a meal so that he can still have the strength for the journey to the other side of the forest. Sorry, kitty. And I do like, you know, Wern slowly being able to admit that he kind of sucks. That's great. But this does kind of go back to what I was saying before of, like, you know, have you perhaps realized who can change? I feared that Wern would always see someone as faultless, part of the club.
I didn't really get the impression that Wern saw him as faultless, just that she's nice. And just that she's maybe a little nicer to him than she needs to be. And so, again, a little more setup of that, I think, would be good. And I do like kind of the juxtaposition between, yeah, aren't knights supposed to be noble and selfless? And she's like, well, he has good standing. And it's like, I mean, I forget why it said that he has good standing, but it could just be a thing of, well, I was going to say he could just have a dad that's high ranking, but he is a bastard, so maybe not. I don't know. But just because he has good standing or he's a good fighter doesn't necessarily mean he's a nice guy. And then the strength of one's standing, not the strength of one's heart, that works very well. Yep, and I think the ending works quite well. that Wern is not, necessarily being mean to him at this point, but she's just, like, not putting up with his BS. I think that works very well, because, like, of course it would be nice to have Ultuna go through some character development, but he definitely seems like the kind of character, like Jamori says, who's not going to change. That it's just like, yeah, he just kind of sucks, and we're the ones who just can decide not to really put up with it. I think that works and feels like a very real struggle that people deal with. I really like his, where'd he go? Like, they owe me a glove, they owe me this, they owe me that, they owe me a glove now. Oh yeah, a sword, apology, and now a glove too. I think that worked really well. And I like that he's still seeing them as fairies. That works very well. That, like, yeah, they saw an inn that crosses universes, but they're still putting it within the framework of their own universe and understanding. Oh yeah, I didn't actually put a comment on it, but there is one part where Jamori is in chaos mode, where it says that she was like the incarnation of death itself, which seems strange to me because, as I understand it, she's the incarnation of chaos itself. And so if you're gonna go for that image, I don't know why you didn't go for the correct image, for the correct, concept. And granted, I don't know if you were trying to keep it inside of the character's head and be like, well, the character doesn't know that she's chaos. And so the character might just be thinking she's like death itself. But definitely a question I ended up having. Yeah, and the ending works very well. Like I said, it's a little mini arc of like, oh, she's not actually gonna correct her now. I think that's great.
Hi, kitty. You coming back?
All right, let's see what Riank has been saying. We were actually surprised ourselves how the story developed Deathhead's characters in the end. It ended up being really canon because the character growth worked with the current point where the characters are in Deathhead's normal story. Oh, how awesome is that? That's really cool. Okay, so to finally freaking clear this up, Claw is based on my own friend Claw, but he only picks up a conversation with patrons when they talk to him first because he's always very busy. But I see how people can't know that, obviously, so sorry about that. It's alright. Yeah, I think just showing that he's busy somehow would be good. It is actually Gamori with a hard G. Sorry about that. Thanks, appreciate it. Gamori is very reserved, and the cookie was sort of an apology for prying into her issues. The funny thing being, Gamori not understanding how else she could apologize, so she does this awkward thing. Oh, that's really cute, of like, sorry, cookie? Also, about the reactions, Gamori intervened because Reed lost. That's why she reacted late. Ah, I see. So yeah, Altina putting the sword to his throat. I guess in that case, that maybe a different phrasing than "you dare threaten him" might work better. I'm not sure what you could say, but to show that it's like, oh, it's just because it does make sense that she would act when Ree lost. But it makes less sense when she's like, "You dare to threaten him?" It's like, yeah, he's been doing it for pages now. The Wanderer reaction when Altina did not accept his defeat and went for the killing blow with the dagger. Because basically before that it was just a duel to the Wanderer. At the moment it turned into killing, and instead he was stopped. Killing intent, he was stopped. It's also why Ree was so hurried to calm Gamori, or else she would have been kicked for exerting too much killing intent towards Altina. Ah, okay. I don't know how you could do it in a poetic way, but yeah, in this case, if you had him say something like, "You dare to kill another patron," or something about like you desire to kill another patron. I don't know exactly how you'd phrase it, but making it clear it's about the killing intent rather than you drew a sword would be good. For that to be understood, one must know the character. Gamori has a huge problem controlling her power once she lets it loose. I mean, that is fair. That and it does make more sense knowing now that it's because he's like, "Hey, you're gonna get kicked out too," kind of thing. That it does make more sense. But yeah, it's just mainly about the intent. That it seems like it didn't seem like she'd lost that control just yet, but fair enough. The Chaos Death image was mixed up because, yes, inside of Anine's head, that was what she was thinking. You're correct. Gotcha. Maybe say, "You dare try to actually kill him," and something like that. I think you dare try to kill him would sound a little more natural. Come here.
That's cute.
Only his pride should be wounded. And it's actually spot on ghoulish, yes. Forgot we left that on the dock, the character thing. Fair enough. Alrighty-roo. What am I interested? Did Ree seem aggressive here? Like an aggressor? Oh no, he did not. Yeah, I'm assuming you're asking that because of the comments on the doc. I'm not sure if there's a good way to ask if other people agree. I mean, I guess that's what you're doing. But no, I did not understand. I did not understand that particular reader's view of the story. So basically one of the readers was very much on Altuna's side. And if they're here, I would love to hear more about your reasoning. Cause I was not on the same page myself. Like it definitely seemed to me like Altuna was out here just being a bastard, just out here being like slapping cookies out of people's hands and, just like I said, he's not the worst of the worst, just being a little bit of a jerkwad the whole time. And so Ree just seemed like he was dealing with a jerkwad. Thank you, Mako. Really appreciate it. Yes, use that. Very fair. Any other questions before we wrap up? Kitty, come back. Still short, but we're so close. How close are we? Thanks for the good feedback, everyone. Rink says, "I'm glad I can offer it. This is a lovely story. I'm glad I got to read it, especially after hearing, well, I don't know if Deathshead was sometimes referring to his own singular story, which I haven't read yet. But you brought this up in a couple of streams, so I'm happy that I got to read it on stream."
500 more for the next story. 500. Gotcha. I mean, I should have said the spiel of like, if you want to do it, then do it during the praise and critique. But, I guess you have a couple seconds. You have a moment. If you really want to do it, you can do it. Yeah, well, I mean, I'd survive reading another one, but I also am completely fine not to, especially because there's kind of like questions on if mine should be read. So it's really up to you guys. Mine's shorter than the other ones, so that's part of why it's readable. But I'm fine with whatever you guys decide. I can read it, but I also can not read it. I mean, I just been coughing all week. It's not really anything new. It's up to the bit havers rather than the bit have-nots.
Oh, kitty, come here. Come sit with me. Come sit with me, cat. Yum, yum, yum. Come here. Yeah. Jump, jump. Jump, jump, jump. Come here, cat. Ah, there's a kitty.
Aw, thanks, Reinkarnitor. Reinkarnitor says, might as well, and drops the bits we need.
And here's Fluffy Kitty. Yeah, there's your fluffer.
Oh, yeah. It certainly was that. Okay, well, I guess the people have spoken. I guess we're doing mine. Again, unless there are any objections. Also, I want to real quick find, because if I recall, I think it was Rink who found a grammar issue that nobody else found. So I want to quick fix that in blue.
That's a cuddle kitty. Oh,
Well, we could do that, but no. But no, let's make it, let's put it in the Christmas stories. Speak now or forever hold your pasta. It just cuts to somebody clutching spaghetti. Uncooked spaghetti.
it's a baby kitty. That's a baby kitty. Oh! Don't fall. Don't fall, baby kitty. Oh, are you okay? What's wrong? What are you doing? What are you doing, kitty?
No. I guess I could show him in my hands while I'm doing this.
Baby. Oh, the baby.
Hello? Why aren't you copying? Okay, I see the problem. I have to change the permissions.
Baby.
Come on. Oh, I see. That's why. Are you... Yeah, I think you're the right one. Okay. Manage? Ah, poop. I don't know how to find that setting on my phone. Kitty, don't be disturbed. I must get my computer. Ah.
Okay, you stay, okay? You stay. Katie. You did. Oh no. Oh no, now I sit on you. That's not good. I don't want to sit on you. Oh no. What do we do, Kitty? There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. Here, I'll put it back on the cat. I'll put it back on the cat.
Sorry, I was not expecting this at all. So I was not at all prepared. Come on, load.
Load. Okay, there we go.
No. Not over there. You will come over here. And oh, please load. Oh my. There we go. Have the permissions been successfully updated? Hi, boo. You're so cute. Okay, and then you go over here. Go over here. Huzzah! At long last, it can be added to the document. Okay, and where is Rink's suggestion or catch? Okay. Yeah, this was something that was, this is not a later addition. Like, this was something that was in the document the whole time. I can't believe that you're the only one who caught it, Rink. Okie dokie. Well, what is this? There you go. Okay. All right. After all that long setup, it's now time. I hope it's worth it. Throws bits at her face. I have spoken. Ah, yes. Somebody clutching cooked spaghetti sounds funny to me. It being cooked is funnier than it being uncooked to you. I did not expect that, but I expected not to expect something, so it doesn't count. Alright. I'm not sure what you're asking about, because what are we talking about? What was in the doc all? Oh, you'll see it at the end in blue. There was a problem. There was a typo. Alright, here we go. How the Wolf Stole Christmas. The Ballad of the Monsters. Savion. I prefer the term antihero / Kaylie. 2,102 words. There once was a world where time stood still, bent and broken to an old god's ill will, where the sun always shone, or never shone at all, where some lands were always spring, and others always fall, where flowers either bloomed eternal, forever preserved in seasons vernal, or, without hope of seed, stayed dead, dry, and crinkled. A world where young faces never aged or wrinkled. Younger never grew an extra pimple in the morning, and the youngest of all remained dimpled and caterwauling. This world had several pros and many a con, but for some there was a particular one, at least from those who missed earth, upon which occurred their birth. With no time, no seasons, no December, there were no holidays, no Christmas to remember. But humanity was resourceful and came up with a plan, one that would bring every inquisitive newsman. They would create a town, or two, or three, where all year round the holidays would be. Christmas Town and Halloween Town and Valentinesville would soften hard hearts and cure ill will. So they got to work, putting up lights, ornaments and garlands at all the best sites. Winter eternal for Christmas, and unending autumn for Halloween. For St. Patrick, a bar or two, and all things green. Without a clock, the schedule still held, a cycle where each unchanging hour belled. Who said this world had no Christmas Eve? St. Nick would still arrive with a trick up his sleeve. Some decided to stay and keep the town running, polishing the stars, making everything stunning, becoming the little elves, listening to good children's prayers, and selling their favorite holiday wares. But most only stayed for a day or two, to make things most like the holiday they once knew, which was here today and gone tomorrow. Open some presents, eat some cookies, see a show, then move on the next day, lest it become worn out and cliché. But up in his castle, out in the water, was a wolf, a demon, who thought often of slaughter. A wolf, a king, and a sorcerer too, who with barely a thought could kill me and you. Savion was his name, and all the world knew it, and his heart held a hatred that even these moonlit little towns of holidays could not heal. Looking upon the bright lights, the plays, the meals, no matter how ick the melody or how us the lumen, he sat in his castle, hating the humans. He rarely came close enough to touch. Too close would be something such as a 39.5-foot pole. But it didn't matter with the kind of magical control, or lack thereof, that accompanied his lack of love. Often he killed them while watching from afar, like a malevolent villainous too-hot star. Humans, he snarled, for he hated them so, are evil and selfish and just have to go. Why did he find humans so deplorable? Why were his punishments so violent and horrible? Many thought his soul a dump heap, fuller than a plump sheep, and rendered entirely uninhabitable of anything but the worst rubbish imaginable. His magic more dangerous, his heart more full of bile, than an angry smile or a ticking seasick crocodile. Few took a moment between crafting plots to realize his soul was mangled up in tangled up knots. But what he really wanted, more than blood or death, was humanity's best. He hoped they were capable of something better than hitting their children and breaking the backs of their debtors. Surely they were capable of being kind, or even just nice. Of, before speaking at or acting, thinking twice or thrice. Surely a race so creative and dexterous was capable of more than pride, greed, and the next lust. But over and over,
they kept disappointing him. So when he killed, it was often to teach a lesson. If only they would choose to listen and lessen the cruelty, the selfishness, the pain, they needn't be slain. Either that, or his killings would remove the worst from the world, so their darkest plans could never be unfurled. And the few who had some goodness, some innocence, could have some protections, some recompense. Not every murder he committed was entirely willed and witted. Sure, his magic would kill when he wanted, but even when he didn't, he was still haunted by its presence, never leaving him, because he didn't have the right limb. If he merely had a fleeting, hateful thought, death and destruction could often be bought. To a random vexation his magic would respond, because he had no hands, no wand. So he best think carefully and will well, lest his thoughts turn into spell. Not every thought would become magic, but many, unwanted, would create something tragic. Prior, he never knew of holidays. Before this world, he knew only of wolfy ways. But with his magic, his clairvoyance, he watched the towns, and his thoughts grew angry beneath his invisible crown. These humans, they only care about presents. They preach love and joy in Advent, but they only care about what they can get. The money, the turkey, not this god they say Mary beget. Oh, the turkey, the food, maybe that was the worst part. They feasted on ham and gingerbread and warm treacle tart, as if it was as easy as going to the store, or it all just appeared one day in their drawer. Like all those foods didn't cost lives, some animals' beloved wives, to land on their table. Or a goddess's power to even be able to make ginger and wheat and peppermint grow. All they cared for was a full belly and a good show. There was only one thing he liked in it all. Every human down in Christmastown, the tall and the small, would stand close together with Christmas bells ringing. They'd stand hand in hand. The humans would start singing. It wasn't something they could buy. It needed nothing more than a decent hat and a tie. It wasn't a gift, nor a toy, nor a ham. Maybe, just maybe, that part wasn't a scam. But everything else he regarded with disgust. Maybe he ought to turn it all to dust. After all, hunting was his profession. Staring down with a sour, wolfy expression, though he could not frown, at the warm lighted windows below in Christmastown, he could see every human beneath was busy now, hanging a mistletoe wreath. For too many years he'd put up with it now. He had to stop it this time around. But how? At first he considered massacre. Blood would be their frankincense, their myrrh. But what would that teach? It would only get him some wails and a screech, or two or three, a lot of anger and a little revenge, a ritual and an old henge. That wasn't what he wanted. Those weren't the powers that should be flaunted. And he came up with a plan, an awful plan, a beautiful, wonderful, dastardly plan, to sully the celebrations of man. Thinking of how to stop Christmas from coming, he growled, the sound like a little boy drumming. Once there are no presents, no lights, no feast. They won't hug each other, won't honor the priest. They'll scream and cry and get all in a huff. And we'll know once and for all, Christmas is all about stuff. All their windows were dark, quiet snow filled the air. All the humans were dreaming sweet dreams without care. When he viewed the first little house on the square, "This is stop number 1, the old savvy Claus hissed, double-checking his only naughty list. So this time no killings, no maimings occurred, just a little thievery, and the lesson would be learned. He need not arrive on sight, nor go down the chimney, though, despite being a monster, he was rather skinny. He needed no sleigh, no skies to be clear, though with his antlers he would have made an excellent reindeer. All from afar he could ruin their days, their caroling, their skating, their Christmas plays. So, as they all were asleep in the night, their presents, their feasts, their trees all took flight. Out the chimneys, out the windows, out the doors. The decorations, the ribbons, the stockings all soared. He left not a crumb, not a single light, not a thing for Santa to put right. He did it all from afar, with his magic, his telekinesis, all in hopes of proving his dark thesis. And as for the children who stayed up late, not even they could stop his endless hate. There was no Cindy Lou Who. The innocents could not stop him, read his Huru. He put them to sleep with a simple spell. They'd have to wait till morning time's bell, when all the humans together would wake to find every bit of it gone. When he was finished, he gathered up the presents, the trees, and the food, and in a devious, satisfied mood, 3,000 feet up, he brought it all to a mountain, and found a nice place to sit and count in. Once they awoke, he knew just what they'd do. They'd scream and they'd cry and they'd demand just who had the audacity, the capacity, the mordacity, the rapacity to accomplish such a task. And the wolf would then bask in a job well done, well met and well won. So he perked his wolfish ears, listening across the world for the sound of tears. There was indeed screaming, bellowing and bawling where there should have been beaming, all wailing, wondering, where is everything gone? Who did this plundering? What could we have received? Especially the kids who'd never aged past 10, the ones who really believed. And the wolf sat back, and sat and watched in satisfaction. But deep down in his heart there was a fraction, a tangled, mangled piece, that longed for kindness and hope and charity, that sank, disheartened, disappointed, because that little tiny piece was hoping that he maybe just might have been wrong. Then he heard a sound rising over the snow. It started in low, then it started to grow. A song. In the square, without any lights, without any feast, without any tree, without any gifts, there was music. It was a Christmas song they'd all heard before. It wasn't a selfish, prideful thing, nor was it the best song they'd ever heard. To the sound where other humans lured. It was simple and sweet and soft as a feather, and broke through the clouds despite the dull weather. The others arriving lifted their voices, none in crying, all in rejoices. There in the square they all came together, shivering and smiling, whether or not Nick remembered the details, caroling and laughing and telling old tales. Yes, in the night it seemed there was a theft, but they made do with what they had left. No lights, no stockings, not a drop of eggnog, not a hog nor a log left by the old dog. But they had each other. And Savion realized, as he listened to their song, that maybe, in this case, he was a little bit wrong. Maybe Christmas was more than presents and trees. Maybe they truly wanted to celebrate in these low degrees, family and friends and all that was lost, love, joy, and kindness remembered in the frost. And he saw why they needed these special days, as a means of forgetting their wicked ways. For in this one moment, this one morning, they remembered there was something more than the decorations adorning the walls, the floors, the fireplace. Something more than their lives' endless race. More than their tongue's cruelty, and the darkness that plagued their hands' ingenuity. Christmas, between the sweaters and the letters, reminded them they were capable of something better. So when they returned to their Christmas homes, they found all their presents, their watches and combs, back like they never left under the tree, the stockings in a row neath the chimney. Not a wreath, not a cherry, not a sparkle out of place, and joy alighted on every human face, as they lifted their hands and thanked the stars in the skies. But those who were wise knew both thief and savior had hallmarks of a certain big bad wolf's behavior. But most shook their heads and joined the celebration, knowing questioning might still lead to extermination. It was true, humans on the whole were still a bit of a bust, but from that day onward, Savion always did love the little town of Christmas. Throw up those moths and monsters, cheer for the story if you loved it. Hello, tiny nuggy. Beware the sharks raid. Beware the sharks. Aw, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Yeah. We had a Christmas event where we wrote a bunch of stories, and so I was just reading some of those stories, and the people unlocked my story. Yes, a seasick crocodile comes straight from the Grinch song. There were a couple lines, like the 39.5-foot pole was also from that as well. Well, actually, I have a note. I think my note explains it, so let me read that.
Nice kitty.
Alright. So I said, this is my retelling, of Dr. Seuss's How the Grinch Stole Christmas, but with my characters and world. It's mostly using my own words, though there are some lines from the Dr. Seuss book, or from the book but altered. It also uses some lines from You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch, and That's My Intended Song challenge use. And it was more challenging than you might think to incorporate. Thank you, Marks, for helping me figure it out and for helping me edit the story in general. Word bank use. I honestly just started writing this without thinking about the words, and I'm delighted how many came up naturally, though I added some on subsequent edits. Why did I decide to do this? Well, MakeACam often helps me edit my weekly stories before I post them, and is just an awesome friend who reads and enjoys my stories in general. Often when we mention Wolf Savion during his time in his castle, Mako will joke along the lines of when he was up in his castle hating the Who's. Once the Christmas event started, I realized I could actually write something with that little joke. I thought I'd have to write a Grinch AU, and was surprised and delighted to find this totally works in canon. It even answers a question of mine, because those holiday towns have actually existed in my universe for years. They were indeed created out of my desire to write holiday stories for this world, but unfortunately I haven't done much with them prior. I was wondering how Wolf Savion would view Christmas and Christmas Town, and honestly I think this is accurate to how he'd canonically interact with it. And at the end of the day, what matters is, MakeACam, this is meant to be a Christmas present for you. I hope you like it. Thank you for all the help and support you always provide me in my stories. I appreciate it more than I can explain aloud. Merry Christmas. My questions this week are more broad. I'm mostly wondering what worked, what didn't, what your favorite rhymes were, and if there were any rhymes that fell flat or made you cringe. I was informed after I wrote my first draft that the Zeus poem actually has a specific meter/rhythm. I didn't want to overhaul the entire thing and to put it in that meter, though that could have been a fun extra challenge, especially if I had done it from the beginning. Did it work without? Thank you to anyone who reads and reviews this. So feel free to share any thoughts, any praise and critique over the story overall. I do have another question now, which is that there was a super valid critique that multiple people had, which is that in earlier drafts, I had it that I was like, Savion is a murder boy who murders all the time. And then I was like, and he came up with this terrible plan, not to murder. And so I added those paragraphs, those stanzas about how, was it up this far? Oh, yeah, it was. Yeah, what he really wanted more than blood or death was humanity's best. Like, it was often to teach a lesson. Not every murder he committed was willed. Those were all added in my edits. And so, did I succeed in making that less weird? Did I succeed in making it so it doesn't read so much like the murder boy came up with a plan not to murder, but like actually explain why he's not murdering. And then I wasn't sure if this whole paragraph should be included because it is kind of introducing a different element that it's like, oh, he wants humanity's best. And then there's this other element of like, not every murder he commits is willed. That's not super important to include. And so, did I fix the issue? Did it feel like it flowed and you understood why he made the decisions he did? And then did this stanza work or add anything, or did it feel like it made you ask questions you shouldn't be asking? It could have been worse. Savion could have gone Jack Skellington. Giving them horrifying gifts instead of just taking them away. Fair point. Oh yeah, another thing that I tried to add, again, I think I felt like was a fair critique, is that it's not as impactful in this world because, like, the Christmas town is there the whole time. It's not like a single day that they're losing. And so I did add the line of like, hey, like, some stayed all the time, but lots tried to make it like the holiday. And so that was the intention, that it's like, yeah, some people are basically the Christmas elves who keep the town running, but there are lots of people, how it's intended to be used is to like visit it for a day and do Christmas for a day and then move on.
And I bet there are like different packages. Like there's probably an Advent package where you stay there a month, and you can open your Advent calendars and stuff like that. And like whoever the Santa is doesn't come to your house until the end or something like that. But yeah, so it was meant to be that, yes, it was like a 10-year-old who's arriving just for a Christmas, just for a day, getting their presents stolen. But I also totally understand how it might not read that way, and it'd be like, okay, like they do this every day and they lost one day, who cares? Kind of thing. So there's a question if that worked. Was there anything that confused you that you felt like... Was there anything that made you ask questions you shouldn't be asking? Was there anything you particularly liked? Oh yeah, I added the Earth thing as well to convey that they were from Earth, but that might have been a little awkward. Also, so I forget if it was one person or multiple people. I think it was multiple people who were saying like, you're referencing Nightmare Before Christmas with the towns and stuff. I actually wasn't. Like, it literally was just me going, I want to do holiday stories in this universe, and those names made sense. And I've, like, started holiday stories for these characters and not finished them multiple times. But a lot of them have started with, somebody, like, saying something about the holidays and Savion being like, well, you could go to Christmas Town. And then being like, Christmas Town? Like, Nightmare Before Christmas, Christmas Town? Like, I don't know what that is, but maybe. That kind of thing. So... there is a connection, but it wasn't, I didn't write them that way intentionally. I didn't write them that way as a reference. Yes, ads incoming. Wolf says, Savion as the Grinch is really fun. Massa says, I thought so too. Aw, that's really sweet. Rink says, well, I read it in the flow of the original poem and I liked it. You did pretty well. I'm glad to hear that. That's very, very sweet of you. Well, that was weird. I didn't intend to give you a heart. I just like hovered over your your message and somehow a heart appeared. But I it's fine. I mean that, even if I didn't intend to include that. Ads, you coming, ads? Oh, and Mako, it gave me all the hearts and then a giggle. Where'd they go? Where'd the ads go? There it is. There is Kitty. There is Kitty. Once again, if you want to do a story, the first word is Christmas. You're cute. Yes, you are. You're adorable. Christmas time comes. Christmas time comes early. Christmas time comes early when you when you only... Christmas time comes early when you only listen. To songs Oh, I never put my jingles back on. When you only listen to songs which sound...
Oh, do you not like him?
This time comes early when you only listen to Christmas songs... No, not Christmas songs. Songs which sound like... Scandalous. Christmas time comes early when you only listen to songs that sound like scandalous, clanking, scandalous, clanking, jingling. Does of work? Christmas time comes early when you only listen to songs that sound like scandalous, clanking, jingling. I guess you'd have to add a "the" in there. When you only sound like the scandalous, clanking, jingling of... I'm not sure if it's on me or you. Who can come up with something better faster? Pipes. Oops. Let's see. Christmas time comes early when you only listen to songs that sound like the scandalous, clanking, jingling of pipes. I think that's the longest one we've done so far. Ah. Wild. You dropping the coconut cake from Stardust story in there? True. Alright. Oh yeah, there is a question. Oh yeah, Dump Heap was also from the Grinch song. And the rubbish thing too. But people had questions about the Christianity. So I wasn't sure if that felt like it was just thrown in there, and my beta reader was like, no, it's fine. Like, but then other reviewers were like, suddenly Christianity. So I'm curious what you guys in the chat think. Was it weird to talk about this or not? I just included, I mean, granted, I am a Christian, and so I totally understand if I included it where I shouldn't have. I was just thinking that he would be looking down at Christmas, and they'd be like, Christmas time is about Jesus. And then, like, read the story and stuff like that, and he'd be like, no, it's not. It's about the presents. And so, yeah, just kind of him going off of what other people say, and it's like, well, they say it's about this god that this Mary person beget, but they're not practicing what they preach. I also don't know if the like gods and goddess stuff is through people, and if that's part of what made the sudden Christianity seem weird. It's the gods and goddesses stuff. The god at the beginning is Kronos, and the goddess is Kairos. So they're not actually gods and goddesses. It's just that's probably how people on this world would see them. And it's an easy way to just throw it in there and not have too many questions. 200 milliliters coconut milk. 1 brick. There are bricks of coconut milk? Yeah, if anybody knows about coconut milk bricks, do tell us. I like it personally, says Wolf. Well, that's good. Oh yeah, what'd you think of the change that I did change it to him liking the singing rather than it being one of the list of things he hated? So a lot of that had, well, oh yeah, this was all this was from the Grinch, and then same with this part and this. Same with this as well, except for Savvy Claus. Oh yeah, I don't know if it was confusing to mention like his antlers and stuff, because that's not common for wolves to have, and I don't know if that throws you. Oh yeah, so I wasn't sure if I should make this Grinch had no Cindy Lou Who. But I was like, I don't know if I should actually mention the Grinch in my poem that is completely inspired by the Grinch. So I decided not to, but I'm curious if it would have worked to use that word, because that was from the bank. Savion's one of them Ghibli wolves. What does that mean? What? Because when you say that, I'd think of it like, oh yeah, or no, maybe that is the point. I was gonna say like one of those Ghibli wolves, you know, the those nice, you know, happy kitty wolves, but maybe you mean it as like those wolves that teach a lesson kind of thing. It is a very good story, Mako says. I'm glad to hear that. I think I went too hard on this one. I was kind of proud of it at first, and I was like, yeah, it's a quadruple rhyme, but I think it just goes a little too far the more I read it. Yeah, did you find the ending powerful? That would be another question. And bust is meant to rhyme with Christmas, bus, but I don't know if that one worked. Brought you to a bricks of milk. Amazing. Alright, but you can feel free to keep answering the questions if you're working on an answer, but thanks for unlocking my story and letting me read it to you. I appreciate it. That'll be the end of our stream then for the day. So we do have some things to discuss. I did already talk about the I already talked about the breath of fresh air prompt, so we don't need to discuss that again. But I do want to talk about like our next holiday event, what we want it to be. So first of all, if you didn't hear what I said earlier, so I did have it that the deadline for getting your Halloween stories polished up to put in a physical book was January 31st. But I forgot about that and I didn't remind anybody or put an event up, so I will give you more time for that. There it says, good stories. I like the story you did, Kaylie. I appreciate that. But before we go into that, do you want to have a physical book of the Christmas stories as well? Because I could make those together. I could try and instead, I mean, I guess I could still start working on the Halloween ones early, but, yeah, if you want a little booklet of the Christmas stuff, I can work on that as well. So if so, how much time do you want to work on a booklet for the Christmas stories? And is there like, do you want more words? And if so, how many more words would you want? So yeah, there's that. Oh yeah, but I have to figure out covers. So if any of you like want to make art for any books, then either let me know or just do it. So there's that, and but yeah, so what do we want our next event to be? So I said before that like the holidays that I really care about mainly are Halloween, Christmas, Valentine's Day, maybe Easter. Is there anything else? I apologize. Oh, April Fool's was another one that we already have established that we do fun stuff with, even though that's not like an important holiday to me. But I really would personally love to still do something for Valentine's Day. So our options are do nothing, and then we'll just do what I promised of having a prompt for Valentine's Day, which I will still do either way. We'll have a prompt for that. Another option is that we can do an event for Valentine's Day and have the deadline be at the end of the month, and so maybe a little bit similar to this, that we're going to be streaming for it later, but you still would only have a month to do the Valentine stuff. I would be okay with going into March, and letting you guys have. I'd probably, if we went into March, I'd probably put the deadline like halfway through March so that we're still streaming, like at the end of March. So you could do that to have extra time for that. But at the same time, like so the other thing about that is I feel like that one really lends itself to a Secret Santa style thing of like doing a Secret Valentine sort of gift thingy. But you guys did, or at least some of you seem to really like the partner thing, and so we could do just like general, we're writing something together. That again, I could offer the option of both. We could do something else. Like, what are you guys interested in if we do a Valentine's Day, a Valentine's sort of thing? What kind of thing would you be interested in? But then, are you guys even as interested as I am in doing a Valentine's Day type thing and having it at the end of February? Or are you like, no, I'm actually more interested in something else, like something for St. Patrick's, or more of a generic spring thing? Or is there another kind of theme that you could come up with? Because to me personally, I don't find, I mean, granted, spring is my least favorite season, but I don't find spring as inspiring as Valentine's Day, because Valentine's Day would really like kind of, I mean, I guess kind of the challenge of that would be to focus on your romances, and like for some people, like romance is their entire story, and other people don't really have a romance in their story at all, and so it could be like write a romance in your universe and play with that. Like, that could be fun. Or just, like, explore the different kinds of love. It could just be kind of a prompt about love that could be exploring a platonic kind of love or a really deep friendship, and stuff like that. Which says, same, spring is awful. High five. Ghoulish says, I think it'd be more fun to have one give ideas to their partner in secret. How would that work exactly? Cause like, yeah, I don't know, because it would be the partner who would know that you're the giftee, and you would be the one who doesn't know if it was, you know, the secret thing. So how would you give the writer ideas? This is, I was definitely hoping for a springtime/Easter one to follow on winter, Christmas, and autumn Halloween. Yeah, that's true, that it could work as an Easter thing, and so that would be for April instead. I don't know. I mean, it's all a question, because we still, let me look at the calendar. Because we could maybe do both of, like I said, we could have it just be a February event, and then, okay, when are you, Easter? Okay, that's Palm Sunday. Okay, so Easter is on April 20th this year. So yeah, if we did just a February event, then we would have March and a lot of April to do a spring Easter event. But I don't know if that would feel like too much. If it would be like, nah, I just want to have 3 months to do a spring Easter event rather than doing multiple. Oh, yeah. Prepare yourself for the jokes. And granted, I could do another little poll thingy-majiggy. But what are you guys thinking? What are you interested in? What format are you interested in?
Oh, so cute.
Miko, I feel like I'd rather get it over with sooner. I don't need the dread. So you like the idea of having one that's just a month.
This bow is cute.
It makes sense as ghoulish. Well, you know what? I'm gonna crash when once I leave the stream, so perhaps I ought to see if I can create the poll just now for you. Oh, okay. But can I think while I'm on the stream? February is a lot like Wednesday in terms of how I spell it. I have to remind myself. February. These answers are getting repetitive.
Yeah, there's traffic in the background. That is fair. Magistrate Ironlung. And also fair ghoulish. Okay, what I have right now is, would you like to do a Valentine's event for February? I still plan on doing a spring/Easter event for March/April. And then the answers are, yes, another partner story event. You pair us up. Yes, another partner story event. Oh, I missed one. We pair ourselves up. Yes, a Secret Santa style event. Yes, another Write in Your Universe event. Yes, another word bank event. Yes, another song challenge event. Maybe. And no, I would like our next event to be Spring Easter. I feel like if I had the maybe in there, I feel like people are just going to vote for that to be funny. Maybe. Any other options you want on the poll, or are there too many options already? Instead of maybe, just put I like cheese. That is so funny that I might have to do it. But if you put that one down, you have to put another one down too. And I will allow multiple answers. So you can like cheese and also Valentine's Day. I think that's everything. Don't know if I should put in an option of like, yes, something else, put it in the event chat. I guess if you want something else, just talk about it in the event chat. That I like cheese is gonna have me laughing for days. There you go. All right. Alrighty. Well, our next stream is gonna be, at long last, for A Breath of Fresh Air, and it's gonna be our charity stream for the LA wildfires, and you can just donate to whatever charity you want to, and take a screenshot of it, but don't dox yourself. Alright, if you're not read on here on stream, you're not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome, and they do backup readings. They happen in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, the backup queue. And it's first come, first serve, so submit yourself to the backup queue. And I'm assuming that they're going to be doing it for the other Christmas stories that weren't read here on the stream. So if you wrote a Christmas story and you want it to be read, then add it to the backup queue. Join us, please. Nice. And yeah. join the backup readings. It's a lot more back and forth discussion, and
You can submit your story to read to others. You can have other people read it to everyone, including you. You can just lurk, whatever you want. But yeah, it's a good time. So join us. I think somebody said that Fable Storyteller, yeah. Unless anyone has any objections, we will raid Fable Storyteller. Alrighty. It has been a lovely stream, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the Christmas stories that were read, and go read the other ones as well. And I will see you guys next week. Bye-bye.